Any objections, you may disconnect at this time. And I would now like to turn the call over to Mr. David Dela Cruz. Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Secretary's Advisory Committee on Infant Mortality. We have a full day today, but a shortened day. So we're going to jump right in, and I will pass this over to Morgan, who has some housekeeping as far as how we're going to try to facilitate more conversation today and open lines and stuff like that. So Morgan?
Good morning, everyone. So today, since it is majority discussion, we're going to keep everyone's lines open for the duration of the meeting, with the exception of the one longer presentation we have this morning. So if you can go ahead and mute your lines during discussion portions where you're not talking, that would be ideal. But otherwise, your line will be open the whole time, so that should facilitate things. Additionally, if you are on the phone line, but you also are logged in and have audio on your computer, if you could please mute your computer speakers, and that should help with some of the echoing that people were concerned about yesterday. So if you're on the meeting on your laptop and it has, audio, just make sure that has a little X or the muted on your actual computer speakers, so that you're just getting audio through the phone, and that should make the audio clearer for everyone today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Morgan. We'll try this. We'll see how it goes. We may have to adjust midway and put folks on mute just so that we can hear everyone and not have too much background noise. But let's get started. Dr. Ellinger.
Good. Thank you, David. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, Jean. I appreciate the work that everybody did yesterday. I thought yesterday was really a remarkable day. A lot of good presentations, a lot of good background information from Kay and Magda that I think really set the frame, the historical frame, and provided some challenges for us to move forward of what we should be looking at. And then I thought the conversation with Metzler and Clevens really highlighted the need for narrative and some approaches to how do we advance a narrative of advancing health equity and optimal health for all. It struck me that we had a lot of discussion and I think some consensus about the fact that we really need to focus on equity. That's one of the issues that we need to, we have an opportunity to move forward in a unique and powerful way, both within what we're talking about in our SACIM meetings and in MCHB and HRSA, but also the rest of the federal government. And how do we transition from sort of the theory and philosophy of equity to actually action? And I think that is one of the things that I really got a sense of yesterday, that everybody seems to be going in the direction that that's what we need to be doing. And I also thought it was interesting, or it's interesting to me that today is the anniversary of the hanging of Dietrich Bonhoeffer in Germany, the anti-fascist theologist. And he said something that is relevant to our discussions, and it's a little pejorative in terms of he talks about the strong and the weak, but taking that out, reframing it in terms of people who are privileged and those who are not privileged in our society. He said it's the nature and the advantage of strong people that they can bring out the crucial questions and form a clear opinion about them. The weak always have to decide between alternatives that are not their own. And it is the idea of privilege that those of us who are privileged get to ask the questions and deal with them forthright and broadly have access to a whole lot of resources. Those who are not have the same opportunities really sometimes have limited options, and that's what I think equity is about, is giving everybody the opportunity to thrive, everybody to have options that they can choose among to move themselves forward. So those were a little bit of my perceptions of yesterday in terms of what we did. So I'm going to go through and sort of get to your rapid response of any takeaways that you had from yesterday after sleeping on it overnight, and I'm going to go backwards this time instead of starting with Jean. And Paul Wise is not here, so Belinda, are you there? And what was your takeaway from yesterday?
Good morning, this is Belinda. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, excellent. I think my biggest takeaway yesterday was around, again, I think we reiterated the need to focus on equity. And I think we'll have to be very strategic in how we come up with a framework that we can all agree on, and a framework that can truly advance the work. So to me, that was the biggest takeaway, is that it just reiterated to me that equity has to be at our forefront.
Great. All right, Magda, are you there?
Good morning, everyone. A long day and a great day to start to get ready for the work. My observation is that it's smart of SACIM, particularly after a hiatus, to invest in this, if you will, going into our second trimester of being together, a readiness to do this rather arduous and essential work. So thanks for folks for spending time looking at structures and looking at strategies. And a final takeaway is not only do we have the imperative to focus on equity, but we need to change our language from equity or clinical to equity and. And that tension about how we integrate the work of equity into all of the dimensions of determinants of outcomes for mothers and children, families, and fathers. That tension we can hold. I just don't want us to be dichotomous and see it as oppositional. We do equity or we do clinical. We're savvy enough and strategic enough to show how to integrate the equity work into all the levels and levers of change. Thank you.
Thank you, Magda. Janelle. Janelle, are you there?
She has a screaming baby, and she said, come back to her, please, on the mic.
Hey, I'm a pediatrician. I can handle it, but we'll come back to her. Colleen. Colleen, are you there? Unmute your phone or your computer. And I don't hear from Colleen.
Although I see her logged in.
Yeah, she's logged in. We may come back to her. Paul Jarris.
She's talking.
Oh, wait, go ahead. Colleen, you're starting to talk, so let's work on this for a second. Can you unmute yourself? Colleen? I hear some noises there. Colleen, say hi.
Operator, can we make sure that her phone's not muted, please?
Yes, all lines are open in the conference. Colleen, if you are on, just ensure your phone is unmuted.
Thank you, Stu.
All right, let's go to Paul Jarris while we wait.
Yeah, when I first looked at the agenda, I thought, oh my God, this is a lot of process to talk about what we're going to do and where we're going to go. But I really appreciate now the wisdom of that, in that we want to be as effective as possible, and it's not clear that a SACIM necessarily has to be effective. So really coming up with a strategy and approach and a framework is going to be essential. So thank you for that foresight. I think the other thing really I learned yesterday is the importance of not just looking at innovations that will create improvements and drive equity, but really spending the time on how are those implemented, because there's so many barriers to implementing things in ways to create equity as opposed to continue to create further divides, and really understanding much more deeply how to implement to create what we want to create.
Great. Vijaya? Vijaya, are you there? Is she also talking?
Janelle's ready to.
Okay. All right, let's go back to Janelle.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Everyone. Oh, perfect. Thank you for being patient. I learned that the larger community, society, is becoming ready for equity. We're ripe in the public consciousness to be talking about these things, and I feel we should take advantage of that. And definitely there are ways that are going to be more effective than others, but I think the time is ripe versus 20, 30 years ago. So I'm excited for that, and also then again how we deliver that message. So that's what I took away.
Excellent. All right, Vijaya, you there?
She's dialing in.
Oh, okay. So let's go to Jean Connery.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, can hear you very well.
Okay, great. I think I've got a couple takeaways. I wasn't able to get in at the end yesterday with my phone. Number one, I was very appreciative of the historical perspective and just the information from both Kay and Magda, because I think that gives us a focus of not starting over and really having a great launching pad because of how much has been accomplished. And my takeaway from that was we've actually done a lot. And so I think looking at the next steps has more to do with systematic approaches. How do we look systematically of areas where we are accelerating and build on our knowledge from those health systems, those states, those health plans, those positions where they're already accomplishing a great deal, and use that to leverage a state by state. I think March of Dimes called it the best. They said Big Five. We've got 5 big states, and if we can accomplish great things in those 5 big states, then how do we take it to smaller states?
Excellent. All right, let's go back to Colleen. You there, Colleen? I'm not hearing anything. Vijaya. Yeah, they're both logged in, but
So Vijaya's typing something. Let's see.
Okay.
Hi, it's Colleen.
Oh, there you go, Colleen.
All right, Colleen, good. Give us your takeaway.
I think everyone did a great job of kind of recapping. I don't want to just duplicate what other people said. I think it was a great day yesterday. I'm looking forward to another good day today of kind of figuring out. Now I'm getting an echo.
Sometimes if you have both your phone and the computer on together, you need to have one or the other. Otherwise, you'll have some of the echo. All right. Anything else, Colleen?
No, that's it.
All right.
Looking forward to this.
All right, Vijaya. Let's see if we can get you now. What did she say on that?
She said she's still logging in.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, good. Welcome. Good.
All right. Apparently the laptop alone doesn't work very well. But I will probably end up repeating what a couple of other people said, but I think yesterday's discussion really sort of highlighted the importance of addressing both the high rates of infant mortality as well as the inequities. But we also need to develop a better narrative to really help convey to everybody the importance of both, how they interrelate, and how if we focus on equity, it actually benefits the whole population and disadvantages no one. We just need to do a better job of that because that seems to be a tension point. And that's all, I think.
All right. Very good. So I'm not going to go through all of the ex officios in terms of sort of taking attendance, but if any of the ex officios online have some takeaways that would really enlighten us, speak up. I'll wait a minute just so if any of the ex officio members are on and would like to give some takeaways from yesterday that can, help us move forward, I'd be grateful to hear that.
It's a little too noisy here for me to. This is Wendy from the Administration for Children and Families. I thought yesterday was great. I want to make sure, I hope that we're sharing slides, if I'd like to see them, and share them with people in my office. But I also was thinking that perhaps something that could be part of the conversation, and I don't know if this will ring a bell with the committee, but was potentially, you talked about the narrative and talked about an approach and considering equity more consistently. I just wonder if the committee would want to develop a protocol for that or the framework for that in a way that, like, the next committee can pick it up and say, oh wait, we missed this step, or we need to talk about this next, just to make sure that it's, just part of the standard protocol that these questions are run through for all the activities. Okay.
Thank you, Wendy. I think that was also a message that I got yesterday, that we're not doing this just for the short term. We're actually trying to set the stage for years to come, because this is not going to be something that goes away in the next, we're not going to solve all of these things in the next 2 years. So thank you for that.
And this is David. So regarding the slides, it always takes just a few days to put the slides in the final, because we get sort of last-minute changes from some speakers, and then we have to make sure that we run them through 508 compliance. But we will send them out to everybody, and then they are also always posted on our website. Absolutely, we will share them.
All right. Any other feedback from ex officio members? All right. Hearing none, let's move on. I just do want to, one of the things I like is I like to look back in history, and this is a big day in public health. The first tax-supported public library was established on this day in 1833 in Peterborough, New Hampshire, and libraries are an important public health tool. When I was doing pediatric practice, I always asked three things of the families that came in. One, do you know how to swim? 2, have you gone to the state capitol? And 3, do you have a library card? Because I think this is just one of the most important things that we can have is good, strong public libraries. The other is in 1866, Congress overrode President Andrew Johnson's veto of the Civil Rights Bill. So I think even back then they were struggling with civil rights, obviously in a different way than we're doing today, but the tension between Congress and the President. So big day in public health. So now this is a big day in public health. We did a lot of good work yesterday. I think today is going to be even harder work for us to do, because we're going to have to come up with how we're going to move forward and what are some of the issues. But we want to make sure that we have one other issue in front of us that has certainly gotten a lot of attention over the last several months, and that's maternal health and maternal mortality in particular. And we know that the health of moms really impacts the health of babies. So I thought that for us to have a conversation about that interconnection between maternal health and maternal mortality with infant health and infant mortality. And no one better to do that than Wanda Barfield. So Dr. Barfield, are you with us? And could you take us away for a conversation about this important issue?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you very well.
This is great. Okay, I'm just figuring out how to advance the slides.
Give me just a second and make you a presenter so you can do it on your end.
I'm going to ask the person to do it on my end to advance them. So if you just go to the next slide, thank you. So good morning. I'm happy to be here back with the Secretary's Advisory Committee on Infant Mortality, and I have to thank Dr. Erlinger for inviting me here today. This is a really great time, and it's exciting to see SACIM continuing to lay the important groundwork and focus this year as well as beyond. Next slide, please. Today, I'm going to discuss the connection of maternal health and morbidity as well as mortality on infant health and mortality along with some policy issues for consideration. Next slide. I last spoke with SACIM back in 2013 where I shared CDC's Public Health Impact Pyramid. The former CDC director, Tom Frieden, proposed this framework for public health impact that was published in the American Journal of Public Health, and it places at its base socioeconomic factors such as poverty. And this is a factor that's most challenging to address, but if addressed, should provide huge impact on improving health. And as you move up the pyramid, there are areas such as policy to influence the health of larger populations without their direct involvement. For example, smoke-free laws or water fluoridation. Longer-term interventions include effective therapies such as immunization. Clinical interventions include the treatment of diabetes and counseling and education. And as you climb the pyramid, interventions are more individual and may require reaching a broader audience and may have less population impact. Next slide. During my last SACIM talk, here were a few of the things that we discussed around prevention of infant mortality, providing counseling and education to improve the health of women, to address obesity, smoking, vitamin use, healthy diets, and other areas of preconception health. We discussed SIDS, sleep-related deaths, and emerging evidence that pediatricians may not be the right messenger. We discussed that minority groups may not look to pediatricians for parenting practices, so we need culturally appropriate messages from community leaders. We also may need to better understand some of the barriers to behavioral change that are more intense, counseling and discussion in WIC clinics, for example. We discussed new models of care, including group care that offers empowerment and social support, father involvement, life course perspective, recognizing the importance of childhood and adolescent health, and seeing opportunities of home visitation in a life course lens, and possibly addressing social determinants. In addition, we discussed how fostering and protecting the maternal-infant bond has economic benefits in life course trajectory and school performance and beyond. Next slide. So, in a scenario of infant mortality prevention, what would that pyramid look like? At its base, addressing poverty, education, racism, inequity, and the provision of health insurance. In changing the context, mothers would be identified as high risk and referred. Tobacco control policies would reduce the risk of smoking in pregnancy. Effective long-term interventions such as policies to reduce C-section, access to contraception, to help reduce unintended pregnancies, improving women's overall health, and counseling on safe sleep and smoking cessation. These are some of the things we can do, but there's so much to learn about prediction and prevention in things like idiopathic preterm birth, preterm labor, premature rupture of membranes, and preeclampsia, which contribute greatly to maternal and infant morbidity. More research is needed in these areas. Next slide. Maternal mortality was also discussed back in 2013 as an area of collaboration. Next slide, please. Let's look closely at maternal mortality now. Next slide. In the past couple of years, there have been a lot of media attention and increased public awareness regarding maternal mortality and racial disparities in the United States. Next slide. Overall, each year, about 700 women die during 1 year of the end of pregnancy in the United States as a result of pregnancy or delivery complications. At least half of the pregnancy-related deaths are preventable, and considerable racial disparities in pregnancy-related mortality exist. There are 13 deaths per 100,000 live births for white women and 44 deaths per 100,000 live births for black women. Black Maternal Health Week begins Thursday, so I want to pause for a moment and let this statistic sink in. Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die of pregnancy-related causes than white women. In fact, a 2016 analysis of 5 years of data found that black college-educated mothers who gave birth in local hospitals were more likely to suffer complications of pregnancy or childbirth than white women who never graduated from high school. Next slide. This graph further illustrates the racial disparities in pregnancy-related mortality. Even states that are doing better overall are still challenged by the disparities. Next slide. The overall maternal mortality rate in the U.S. has been on the rise for several years. While there's no one reason why chronic disease is likely suspect, specifically cardiovascular disease. Data from CDC's pregnancy mortality surveillance system has consistently demonstrated that cardiovascular disease are the leading causes of maternal death in recent years. Next slide, please. The pregnancy mortality surveillance system tracks these 10 causes of pregnancy-related death, and this is between 1987 and 2013. The proportion of deaths due to hemorrhage and hypertension have decreased since 1987, while the proportion of deaths due to heart disease and other chronic medical conditions have increased. Next slide. This graph shows the underlying cause of pregnancy-related death by race from maternal mortality review committees in 9 states between 2008 and 2017. This was a collaboration with the CDC Foundation, Merck for Mothers, and AMCHIP. Next slide, please. Maternal mortality review committees, or MMRCs, are a multidisciplinary process where a committee at the state or city level identifies and reviews maternal deaths that occur within 1 year of pregnancy, regardless of the outcome of pregnancy. Actually, I wanted to just talk a little bit about what Michael Warren said yesterday. You know, he talked about air travel and what was needed in terms of saving lives. Well, I see that MMRCs could be the air travel task force for maternal health. After a committee determines that a death is pregnancy-related, they then identify the underlying cause of death and determine potential preventability. They identify the factors that contribute to death, and these factors form the basis for the committee's specific and feasible recommendations. Each factor is categorized into 5 levels: patient, family, provider, facility, systems of care, or community. Then each factor is assigned at least 23 specific contributing factor classes, such as unsustainable housing, social support or isolation, violence, and barriers such as delays, adherence, and knowledge. A 2018 report from these 9 committees found that the largest proportion of factors identified by MMRCs as contributing to pregnancy-related death were patient-family factors, followed by provider and system of care factors, illustrated here. While patient factors were the most common, they were often dependent on providers and systems of care. For any given maternal death, committees often find that there are multiple factors operating simultaneously, sort of the perfect storm effect. Next slide. While MMRCs have found new instances of community contributing to pregnancy-related deaths, there is evidence supporting the role of social determinants of health for disparities in other related morbidity and mortality, such as preterm birth and infant mortality. MMRCs have likely not felt empowered to make recommendations around social determinants of health, but we know they are integral contributors and will be working to support review committees to better understand and address community factors. A group of 9 MMRCs have also proposed a framework for incorporating health equity into the reviews, looking at factors such as general health services, reproductive health services, behavioral health, transportation, and social and economic environment. Next slide, please. The rate of severe maternal morbidity is also increasing. Severe maternal morbidity, or SMM, includes unexpected outcomes of labor and delivery that result in significant short or long-term consequences to a woman's health. SMM affects more than 50,000 women in the United States in 2014. This figure shows the rate of SMM per 10,000 delivery hospitalizations from 1993 to 2014. Women who receive blood transfusions account for the greatest fraction of women with SMM. The overall rate of SMM increased almost 200% over the years, from 49.5 in 1993 to 144 in 2014. This increase has been mostly driven by blood transfusions. The rate of SMM more than doubled from 2000 to 2010, leading to higher direct medical costs and extended hospital stays. This increase could be driven by a combination of factors, such as increases in maternal age, pre-pregnancy obesity, pre-existing chronic conditions, and cesarean or other complications during delivery. Next slide, please. Now let's take a look at infant mortality. Next slide. In 2016, the infant mortality rate in the U.S. was 5.9 deaths per 1,000 live births. The 10 leading causes of infant death in 2016 accounted for 67.5% of all infant deaths in the United States. Some of these causes, such as cord and placental causes, can be related to maternal health. Let's take a closer look at some of the leading causes of infant mortality. Next slide. So birth defects accounts for 20% of all infant deaths, and many of these deaths are not necessarily from the birth defect itself, but are associated with preterm birth and resulting death. One example how birth defect prevention has been effective has been with critical congenital heart disease, or CCHD. CCHD newborn screening uses pulse oximetry that was endorsed by the Secretary's Advisory Committee on Heritable Disorders in Newborns and Children in October of 2010. And Secretary Sebelius accepted the recommendation in September of 2011. CCHD screening nationwide could save at least 120 babies each year, according to a 2017 study that looked at the impact of state policies to either require or recommend screenings of infants for CCHD at birth. It is currently used in hospitals across the U.S. Next slide. Now, preterm birth and low birth weight accounted for about 17% of infant deaths in 2015. One analysis showed preterm birth to be even higher and to be the leading cause of infant mortality. Administrative coding is limited in its ability to ascribe preterm birth as a cause of death, but when we look at the fact that 2/3 of infant deaths are born preterm and that there are multiple fetal and maternal reasons for being born preterm, conventional accounting underestimates true contribution of being born too small and too early. Preterm birth rates decreased from 2007 to 2014 in part due to declines in the number of births to teens and young mothers. Preterm births rose for the second straight year in 2016, and contributors to preterm birth include age, race, socioeconomic status, and behaviors like tobacco and substance use. A question for consideration is whether the state of maternal health is also playing a role in why preterm births are increasing. Next slide, please. Here you can see the increase in preterm birth from 2014 to 2016. Next slide, please. Racial and ethnic differences in preterm birth remain in 2016. The rate of preterm birth among African American women was about 50% higher than among white women. While this graph doesn't show it, our data for American Indian or Alaskan Natives in 2016 shows that their preterm birth rate to be 11.39%. This was a 9% increase from 2014, the largest percentage increase of any racial group. Next slide. Sudden unexpected infant death and sudden infant death syndrome are other leading causes of infant death. In 2016, there were 3,607 sudden unexpected infant deaths in the United States. This includes SIDS, unknown cause, and accidental suffocation and strangulation in bed. Many of these deaths are preventable with safe sleep practice, and social determinants of health, such as housing and education, may contribute to a larger percentage of deaths among some racial groups. Next slide, please. The SUID rate declined considerably following the release of the American Academy of Pediatrics Safe Sleep Recommendation in 1992 and the initiation of the Back to Sleep campaign in 1994 and the release of the Sudden Unexplained Infant Death Investigation Reporting in 1996. Since 1999, however, declines have slowed. In 2016, the SUID rate was 91.4 deaths per 100,000 live births. Next slide. This bar chart shows sudden unexpected infant death rates by cause and by race ethnicity in the United States in 2015. SUID rates per 100,000 live births for American Indian, Alaska Native, and non-Hispanic Black infants were more than twice of those compared to non-Hispanic white infants. SUID rates per 100,000 live births were lowest among Hispanic and Asian Pacific Islander infants. Again, social determinants of health may play a role in these differences. Next slide. Unintentional injuries are another cause of infant mortality and count for about 4% of infant deaths. After suffocation, motor vehicle traffic-related injuries are the leading unintentional injury cause of death among infants, followed by drowning. According to the CDC Childhood Injury Report, unintentional injury death rates were highest for Native Alaskans, American Indians, and were lowest for Asian Pacific Islanders. Overall death rates for whites and African Americans were approximately the same. Social determinants likely play a role here as well. Next slide. So how does maternal morbidity and mortality relate to infant mortality? Next slide. Many medical causes of maternal morbidity and mortality are also associated with infant mortality through preterm birth, the iconic condition being preeclampsia. More and more women also have chronic conditions like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and obesity, which can lead to complications during pregnancy and beyond. Hypertensive disorders, for them, 1 in 4 pregnancy-related deaths are related to heart conditions. For gestational diabetes, 6 to 9% of women develop gestational diabetes, and having it increases the risk of high blood pressure and also having a large baby that needs to be delivered by C-section. Both mothers with gestational diabetes and their babies are at higher risk of developing type 2 diabetes later in life. With respect to obesity, recent CDC studies showed that nearly half of women are overweight or obese before they become pregnant, which is associated with a higher risk of pregnancy complications. Gaining more weight than recommended during pregnancy can result in a baby born at an unhealthy weight and can make it harder for the mother to lose excess weight after delivery. This excess pregnancy-related weight gain may lead to future obesity for both mother and child. A CDC study showed that in 2013, nearly half of the women gained too much weight during pregnancy. With respect to tobacco, smoking during and after pregnancy increases the risk of preterm birth, low birth weight, and sudden infant death syndrome, as well as problems with the placenta, which can be dangerous for both baby and mother. Substance abuse during pregnancy can all lead to problems for the baby, including preterm birth, fetal alcohol syndrome, and neonatal abstinence withdrawal syndrome. Poor nutrition during pregnancy and failing to consume important vitamins like folic acid can lead to birth defects. The environment a woman lives in influences health outcomes for both her and her baby, including health insurance coverage, access to a health provider, preconception health, housing, education, and more. Next slide. Now let's take a look at some policy issues impacting maternal and infant health. Next slide. What policy issues can be addressed to improve maternal and infant health? For racial and ethnic disparities, we know that stark racial and ethnic disparities exist and that maternal mortality is a reflection of these disparities. In preconception health, it's not just to improve baby's health, but mother's health throughout the life course. And in general, a healthy mother is a healthy baby. Women's health care is often seen only during pregnancy, and the focus is primarily on the baby. This needs to change. The collective anecdotes from the stories of women who die suggest they are not being heard when they are in crisis. We need to do a better care in this area. With respect to postpartum health, it's important for both mother and baby, yet insurance doesn't always cover these important periods of time for women. And more research is needed on factors that drive adverse maternal health and infant outcomes, including social, biologic, environmental, and policy. This committee can influence the larger federal research agenda regarding maternal complications for their own sake as well as for the sake of the fetus, like the preterm baby who dies because the mother had severe preeclampsia resulting in a fatal stroke. Next slide. Given the clear connection maternal morbidity and mortality has on infant health, SACIM has the opportunity to address maternal health to prevent infant mortality. Consider the large roles of preterm birth and safe sleep, which are responsible for a large proportion of deaths. The committee can also focus on maternal health factors and delve more deeply into other causes such as injury, SIDS, and the influence of social determinants of health on maternal and infant health. Next slide. It's important to remember that 24,000 infants die each year. Many adverse infant outcomes are a reflection of poor maternal health or environment. There is a renewed focus on maternal health, but let's use care not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Next slide. So for some thought, and I'd really like to have us focus on a robust discussion at this time, are what are the opportunities to improve infant health in these areas? And again, since SACIM is a federal advisory committee, there's a real opportunity for you to make these suggestions to the Secretary in a way that may promote action. Next slide. Thank you all for your time today. If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Back to the previous slide. Thank you, Dr. Barfield. I'm going to leave this slide up just as a prompt for folks for the discussion. So thank you for that presentation. Thank you for being with us. And now let's open it up for discussion, questions, comments, ideas from the committee.
This is Vijaya. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I wonder if anybody has ever developed or seen some kind of diagram that connects these issues, because I think, you know, when I worked in philanthropy, we silo things just as any government might do. And if we say, you know, our focus is on infant mortality, if something came around about maternal mortality, you know, we have to say, oh, we don't fund that. And part of the challenge is that we don't understand the connections among these issues, and the fact that when we fix one, it helps to fix the issue we're interested in. And the same is true for things like early childhood education, because there are a bunch of funders who support early childhood education. There are a bunch who are now starting to support parenting. But these are all impacted by the early life and birth experience, and before that, the health of the mother. And it just seems like we need some kind of graphic to really convey the connections among all of these health outcomes so that, we can facilitate better collaboration and more collective impact and all of those sorts of things, because I really think that's missing.
Thank you.
This is a.
Go ahead, Paul.
Well, I was going to piggyback on what you were saying. I think one of the things we suffer from is we separate out the baby and the mom. So we do it in our professions with pediatrics and obstetrics. In some cases, the obstetrical hospital is different than the pediatric hospital. We have the MMRCs, maternal mortality, the PQCs for perinatal outcomes, and a lot of projects are taken on, often based upon the facility and the specialty. So you'll have a review done in the hospital by obstetrics or in the hospital by pediatricians, often not looking at outpatient, prenatal outpatient or postnatal outpatient. And somehow separating this, I think like I said, I think we're missing a bigger picture here of how do we actually follow the mom and baby throughout the whole experience, which of course the mom needs prenatally and postnatally also. So, I'd love to figure out how we could bring that all together at some point. And imagine if we had our data from the maternal mortality review committees and the perinatal quality collaborators and could combine that data and start doing analyses. I think we'd have a lot more information than looking at the separate data.
Thank you, Paul. Dr. Barfield, how many states have MMRCs?
Currently, there are about 36 states in various states of MMRCs.
And do the data that these 36 states collect get collated?
Not yet. So that's part of the focus for the funding opportunity announcement. But currently, MARIA, which is an acronym for Maternal Mortality Review Information and Analysis, also affectionately known as MARIA, is the opportunity as the database to then bring MMRCs together. So this is a work in progress.
Are there some characteristics of the states that have MMRCs and some who don't have MMRCs?
So there are some important components that we think are important for MMRCs. One is, the ability to convene in a confidential manner so that these issues can be discussed without sort of legal input. And then also having a multidisciplinary committee to think about many different factors. And again, as I presented earlier, I think there may be some strengths in the aspects of clinical care and areas around hospitals, but there needs to be more strengthening of factors outside of the hospital and in the later postpartum period, particularly to try to focus on issues such as social determinants.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's some characteristics like, I don't know which states don't have it, but some states like North Dakota doesn't have a whole lot of births and I guess doesn't have a whole lot of maternal deaths. Do they have, is it a population-based approach that leads states to have MMRCs, or are there other characteristics?
So certainly I think having that support and infrastructure is important. There is also the opportunity that more frontier states could consider ways to work together as a region. That may be one approach.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, this is Jeannie.
Hello, Jeannie.
First of all, thank you for a wonderful summary and pointing a direction. I think your talk is particularly helpful and the perspective is great. I have two comments. One in terms of looking at MMRCs and seeing where we come. I think using the California database where we see how far California has gone with a systematic approach and watched us drive down maternal mortality to the lowest in the nation. that we can learn from that approach and all the different elements that have gone into it, including a strong partnership with the Department of Public Health, a strong team analyzing all the outcomes, and modeling after what was going on in the state with pediatrics. So that's my first comment. My second comment is there are large databases. Having spent my entire career with Kaiser Permanente, you can look at a large database with a systematic approach, and I think it would behoove us to look at how, if you want to take something like tobacco, alcohol, drug abuse programs and see how an approach there has driven down neonatal deaths, placental abruptions, and complications. So we've got large databases that sometimes are going to be a better approach than trying to look for a randomized trial, because the randomized trials are going to take so very long, but we can look at a very large database, whether it's the Geisingers, the Mayos, or different approaches like that.
Jeannie, you bring up some really excellent points, and I think just talking about the opportunity to engage health organizations, even from the committee's view, would be great. Maybe that's the opportunity in the next meeting to have someone speak about that particular issue. California is a model example, as you know, given their extensive history of doing facility-based outcomes since the 1980s, and with a lot of thought and leadership, really utilizing that data to improve outcomes. And so their work also, as well as many other states, in terms of thinking about quality improvement, is an important issue. I also wanted to just comment on an important point that I think it was Magda made earlier when she talked about the issue of equity and clinical. I think it is important for us to understand that clinical care operates in a social context. And so what we're seeing, particularly with the more recent literature that's looking at process measures on quality and care and showing these disparities in terms of the care for different groups, is an important thing to note.
Dr. Barfield, this is Belinda. Quick question. Do you know if are most, or any states, I guess, are really trying to connect their maternal mortality review work with their data on severe maternal morbidity, and is anyone doing reviews related to those near misses?
We're hoping that there will be that opportunity. Some of them, I think, are thinking about it in the context of the quality improvement work that they're doing with AIM, as well as with their PTCs.
Thank you.
And we're hoping that, we've developed a logic model to create a fully functional maternal mortality review committee, and it includes, process measures and outcome measures, and that's available currently on the website that refers to Maria. And I can share that information with the committee in terms of those links and information as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Barfield, this is Colleen Malloy. I just wanted to thank you for that fantastic summary. I thought it was really fascinating. And I do think that the nutrition part is so crucial, and that would be a great way that we could maybe kind of focus our efforts, because they're completely right. The maternal morbidity rate is so high, and then it leads to higher incidence of preeclampsia, higher incidence of C-sections, and then the increasing the breastfeeding rate has been shown to help with mothers losing weight after pregnancy. So I think there's a lot of ways that we could kind of go after that, and in concert with, I think, a national effort to look at pediatric obesity as well as just obesity in general. I think that was the data that you presented was really fascinating, I think, and kind of we've definitely seen born true in medical care. So I think that is, I really enjoyed your talk, and I might have to use some of the data in talking to other people.
Great. Thanks, Colleen.
Wanda, this is Magda Peck. Thank you so much for, again, a stellar overview. Also, by reference, Wanda was part of a panel within the last 6 weeks at Harvard University School of Public Health, also addressing maternal mortality, and that is available online, and I'll make that link available. Wanda, I'd like to know if you would be willing to drill down a little deeper on the comments you made about equity and how equity can both be an outcome of maternal health, but also the inequities being drivers. You spoke about being informed by the stories of African American women in terms of unequal treatment. I think the word you used was not being heard. Not being heard. And I think the other data that you presented earlier on American Indian infant health outcomes being extraordinary, both in injury and SIDS. I was wondering what is in this movement to support greater maternal mortality and ideally severe maternal mortality reviews, to welcome the participation of women of color and the stories of predominantly African American and American Indian women who have disproportionate experiences of morbidity and mortality. And so if you could talk a little bit about how that narrative can, as opposed to just the clinical determinants, what is our opportunity to weave our equity focus in our work for maternal mortality as linked to infant mortality? And if you have ways that you're encouraging that in the guidance for the request for applications, that would be helpful as well, because if it's an extracurricular, it's likely to be compartmentalized and stand to the side. So any insights on that? Thanks so much for your presentation.
Well, thank you, Magda, and thank you for your insights. So you said a lot, and I'll try to sort of put it together in different parts. So with regard to what, for example, maternal mortality review committees might consider, there are these 6 key decisions that are important for maternal mortality reviews. So the first is, was the death pregnancy related? The second is, what was the underlying cause of death? And then the third is, was the death preventable? And then what factors contributed to that death? And that's where the committees really need to think, not just about sort of the clinical component, but what were the social factors, what were the social determinants, what were the environmental factors, what were the contributing factors more broadly? And then what are the recommendations and actions that could address those contributing factors? And again, thinking more broadly. And then what is the anticipated action, what are the anticipated impacts if those actions are implemented? And I think thinking about these 6 key decisions are going to help the MMRCs as they're addressing not only clinical factors, but broader issues with regard to health equity. And then just going back to this, again, your questions were really complicated. So I want you all
Sorry about that.
And I know that, no, that's okay, that there are many of you who've seen the slide that was presented on health equity with the babies and the boxes, the kids in the boxes and each size, to see the ball game. That, and that's a great illustration of health equity. So although Paul brought up the point that, we're in silos, I think there's going to be a need for us to be specific about what's needed to drive health equity. So for example, one, we need to be very focused on what does and does not cause death, okay? At least as a start, we want to reduce death, we want to reduce morbidity, we want to improve outcomes overall. But if we're trying to focus on reducing mortality, that line, whether you call it a logic model or some sort of plumb line, is going to be need to be clear so that people can come together to address it. So for example, it may be for reducing infant mortality for Native American infants. there's a lot of issues around place and a lot of issues around access. If you're looking at, the times that infants die and the places that they're dying. So what is it about the need for, access to care, risk-appropriate care, good location for care, as well as other factors. And again, the maternal contributors in terms of maternal health and the opportunity for mothers to be seen. So we're going to need to be much more thoughtful and specific in terms of making sure that we're addressing equity. And that will be a challenge, I think, but I think it's an important issue. And with regard to even maternal health, being not only the factors of course, listening, but what are those drivers? What are those drivers? What we're seeing is chronic disease is a huge driver. And there may be different issues for different populations. So how do we cover those issues so that we can give important research, important surveillance, care to those factors to try to bridge the gap?
Thank you so much for that. And I will be curious what your take is of the readiness of the applicants to specifically and strategically and compassionately take on and weave in equity into the maternal mortality, or at least maternal death prevention. And I'm just wondering what you're feeling about, I'm noticing that we're learning on this and are working together. Everyone is in the process of learning. How are we building the capacity and the readiness of the applicants, of the teams, of the states and communities to weave in the equity work into their maternal mortality reviews?
Well, I think that, the work that this committee is doing is going to be very helpful. I mean, even the talk yesterday, which I thought was, very, very important. These are the types of tools that need to be available to groups as they're thinking about putting together their maternal mortality review committees, as well as learning from states that are that have shared that information. So the information from these 9 MMRCs are freely available. We'll make sure that you get the link in terms of the 9 state reviews so that people have the tools. It's basically a set of instructions that help states to put together maternal mortality review committees. And I think on the other hand, there are leaders within states who are really trying to move forward on that.
Thank you.
All right, Janelle, you've been waiting for a while.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Barfield, for your insightful presentation. I heard you shared 2 key areas that we could address to improve infant mortality, such as the preterm birth and safe sleep. In looking at safe sleep, the slide you shared wherein American Indian and Black infant deaths were highest for SUIDs, I noticed that the Hispanic and Asian Pacific Islander infants had the lowest SUIDs. Do you know if this data specifically captured sleep practices? Because anecdotally, both of those groups culturally tend to sleep with their infants, co-sleep or breastfeed and sleep with their infants. And maybe these groups are practicing safer sleeping practices while they're still co-sleeping. I know of a 2016 study where young mothers were asked, they knew the AAP's recommendation for safe sleeping back to sleep, but despite knowing all that information, 100% misreported or lied to their providers, saying that they used back to sleep when in fact they didn't. They co-slept with their infants. And this is a hot topic definitely in pop culture where women are sharing their experiences of co-sleeping or breastfeeding and sleeping with their infants despite knowing the back to sleep, the safe sleeping recommendation. And I'm just kind of wondering if there's maybe something that we can, if there's any wiggle room to look at how to support these women, because we're demonizing them as providers. We're not allowed to praise them for their safer co-sleeping breastfeeding practices. Instead, they get this demonizing just reaction from medicine. Thank you.
Thank you. So just so that I'm referring to the right person, was that Danielle?
No.
Janelle Palacios.
Janelle. Okay. Thank you, Janelle. So we have done surveillance and safe sleep practices, and that's from the surveillance system called the Pregnancy Risk Assessment Monitoring System, or PRAMS. And we did find that in looking at that, there are differences by race, ethnicity with regard to co-sleeping, infant sleep position, the use of bedding or, soft objects within the bed, and that is an important issue. I think what's needed is to also delve a bit deeper to understand why. So I'm just going to give you an example. During a March of Dimes Health Equity meeting, there was a discussion of a community of how related to housing, and they described the issue of women sleeping in bed with their infants. And it turned out that the issue was that the housing was in such bad condition that there were rats in the housing, and mothers were sleeping with their babies to prevent those infants from being bitten. So how do you give somebody a safe sleep message in a clinic when they're living in those kinds of conditions? We need to understand, I think, even more. I mean, we have some assumptions about why people are sleeping with their infants, but I think there's more that needs to be done to better understand and have a dialogue and educate families, but also understand what are some of the circumstances. Is it an issue of heat? In visiting Pine Ridge, during the winter and looking, and seeing what the housing may be like, you can understand why families are sleeping in the same bed to keep warm.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
thank you.
Again, we know that there are these evidence-based practices that are important. So we know that supine sleep is important and safe. We understand the physiology. But what we need to better understand are how we help people to, how we create conditions to endorse these safe behaviors.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Barfield.
This is Paul. Could I ask a
Sure, go ahead, Paul.
So, thanks, Juan. I've seen a couple of different studies, and one was looked at pregnant and postpartum women aged 10 to 29 years old in Illinois, and the causes of death within that year of pregnancy and then postpartum period. And the major causes of death were motor vehicle accidents, homicide, suicide, substance use, and then came hemorrhage, emboli, preeclampsia, and sepsis. And I believe Texas's data, I haven't looked at it in a couple of years, also had drug overdoses, the major cause of death. I'm wondering how we think about maternal mortality, and are we limiting ourselves to medical causes when there are other, perhaps more frequent causes that we're not looking at?
Paul, I think that you're bringing up a great point. So we often intervene in what we measure, and we have a lot of clinical data that's readily available, and that's great. But I think the challenge is going to be, again, particularly looking at issues of maternal mortality, deaths that occur outside the hospital further beyond in time may not have the rich data that we need to really understand the cause and to apply appropriate interventions for the future. That's going to be our challenge. And with regard to social determinants, I think that's the other challenge. How can we do a better job incorporating, equity and appropriately reporting and recording those issues in order to make a difference? So, I'm a neonatologist, so I always go back to the NICU, but I think that some of the work that's going on now in terms of measuring process measures, for example, Johan Profit has really done a lot of great work trying to look at the process measures that show differences in the delivery of care for different infants based on race, ethnicity. So there are things we need to think about, like geocoding, textual level variables. So we need to incorporate those things, as well as look at, again, going back to other federal partners, like, the work looking at the American Community Survey, getting census data. I mean, we need to look at other data sources outside of the usual suspects that can better inform health equity.
Yeah, because our current collection, we might not even know about these deaths, the homicides or motor vehicle accidents, or even the overdose of suicide if it doesn't get linked back on a death certificate to pregnancy in some way. So I'm just.
This is Jeannie. I think that they are trying to make attempts with that for any death of a woman within 1 year of pregnancy. And
right,
going
that's
back
what
and looking at it. So it depends on how the review committee is going. And you're right. When you look at something like domestic violence, it's more common than diabetes. We routinely screen for diabetes, but how many practices ever screen for domestic violence?
Right. It's one of those things you don't ask because you don't know what to do with it if you don't get the results. So people don't ask.
Sort of following up on some of this, I was curious when sort of one of the criteria or the foci in the maternal death reviews are what is it preventable? What determines what's preventable? Because I'm wondering about how on some of the, particularly those in the hospital, are they looking at Z codes on poverty? Poverty is now an ICD-9 or ICD-10 code, and it relates to homelessness and inadequate housing and problems related to residential living. Are any of those things considered as part of preventable?
I think that there are some social factors that can be preventable, but you're right. I think we need to do a better job of identifying those opportunities in terms of, looking at the analysis and seeing it's really the committee's charge to identify what deaths could be preventable.
Mm-hmm.
But your point is well taken. We have lots of clinical interventions that may be viewed as preventable, but there may be other factors too, as well as, a woman who has mental health issues and it was never seen after her 6-week visit.
Yeah, because if that leads to the narrative issue, because if we just are looking at the clinical stuff and through that clinical lens, even if it's a broad clinical lens, we sometimes miss the other equity issues that are there. And it shapes the narrative about what causes women to die. Just as Paul pointed out, if things happening outside of the hospital setting in terms of homicides and drug overdoses, we need to be able to capture that and say, this is an issue, even though we may not be able to immediately prevent it. It has some societal concerns that we might be able to address in different ways.
And this is Belinda. I'm wondering what some of the ex officio members, like the housing folks and urban development, labor, Indian Health Services, agriculture, and all, do we know what data they're capturing, and if they're capturing their data by race and ethnicity, so we can see if we're seeing similar, equity issues across all of the systems? I mean, I'm thinking probably yes, but do we know that?
I certainly don't know what they are all collecting, but it's a good question. If anybody's on this call from any of those other areas, could you inform us? if not, that might be one of the things that we'll talk about in terms of what we need to do. It's particularly around data. We may want to do something related to collecting data and where do we collect those data from.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments for Dr. Barfield? All right. Well,
Ed, one more, Magda. One of the slides that was presented yesterday talked about, and Vijaya commented on this at the end, about the lag time. Given the extraordinary gap between infant mortality for African American and white babies was the data presented. Given the disparity that you have presented today, Dr. Barfield, 3 to 4 times for the 700 deaths per year, have you done similar kinds of projection in time analysis about what it will take or when that gap will be erased so that African American moms will have a maternal mortality rate akin to the equivalent of what you say is 13 per 100,000 now? I think that reproducing the slide that is equivalent to the 37-year gap for infant deaths may be very helpful to produce going forward if we do nothing. How long will it take for the catch-up to happen? And it's another way for data to tell a story that shows that lag not only for infants but also for women of color and maternal mortality.
Thank you, Magda. That's an important point.
Any other questions?
Wanda, I understand the Maria system's coming to be hosted at CDC from, I think, CDC Foundation, perhaps. Will there, and I also understand that the data now resides with the MMRC itself. I could be wrong on that, but will there be an attempt to build a common database that could be used for greater analysis beyond just one state?
Yeah, we're all trying to move to making data more publicly available. So that is, I think, in the long term, a goal.
Great, thanks.
All right, Dr. Barfield, any closing comments that you want to make? This is a great discussion, good presentation, lots of information, lots of thought, lots of comments. Any closing comments that you have?
I just think that this is a great opportunity for the committee to use the current energy around maternal mortality to focus on issues related to infant death.
Good. Well, thank you. And I'm sure we will be working with you closely over the next several years.
Ed, could I ask you and David a question? I'm assuming there is no Secretary Supervisory Committee on Maternal Mortality. Is there a way then to, I mean, what would it take to actually change the scope of this committee officially to look at birth outcomes in general, not just infant mortality?
Well, it depends on how you want to, I'm not sure about the maternal advice, but I mean, I think we can, it depends on how you read the statute. The Advisory Committee on Infant Mortality will advise the Secretary on activities and programs that are directed at reducing infant mortality and improving the health status of pregnant women and infants. The committee represents, then it goes on, but pregnant women and infants. Now, I don't know what that means postpartum. I think that as people said, for the 4th trimester, I think is part of that area where mothers die, and we could consider that part of our mission. I think that we would have some discussion about that, but I think they're so linked that I think we have to do that. Michael's here, so he can probably speak to it more closely.
I would just say, I mean, we certainly would need to explore if there are issues around the scope, but just broadly speaking, I mean, if we go back to that charge, reducing infant mortality and improving the health of pregnant women and infants, I think this committee has long recognized the importance of the life course perspective. and has already been moving down a path where thinking about improving the health status of pregnant women and infants doesn't start during pregnancy and doesn't start once the baby is born. And so I think the committee is already thinking more expansively along that, and there may be the opportunity to continue thinking across that life course approach, and that also opens up the door to thinking intergenerationally without necessarily going back and changing the charter, if you will. And I don't know, David's been doing this longer than I have, if there are thoughts, but it seems like we've got some wide lanes to work within if we think that way.
Yeah, I agree. I think if the other way to do it is that it's absolutely within your purview as a committee to make that recommendation to us, the feds, and we could, if you do it more formally, then we would have the opportunity to react to it. Maybe I'll leave it at that. But I think I do agree with Dr. Warren and Dr. Ellinger. We have a pretty, the charter was purposefully written broadly to allow the committee to address a wide range of activities. But if you want to have a specific focus or a specific added focus on maternal mortality, that's absolutely something that you as a committee could recommend.
All right. Thanks for raising that, Paul. All right. Now we're going to get into the real hard work of this committee, for the next hour or so. Sort of coming up with how are we going to move forward? What are the urgent issues? What are the things we have to deal with? I'm going to start it by saying we can't do everything, and particularly when I saw the 2 slides that Kay Johnson put up about maternal health and child health, it overwhelmed me. There's so many things in each of those areas that have to be done and need to be done, but what can our committee do? We have limited time, and all of you are basically donating a lot of your time, and I anticipate that you will be donating time in the future, but we can't expect this committee with resources that we've got to really lay out a framework for every issue that needs to be addressed. And because we're not the only players around. We have a lot of other partners, and we have to anticipate that other people will be doing some of that work. So think about that. What can we do? And then we have to be strategic. We want to make a difference. We need to, what are the opportunities, the things that we can deal with now that can get us moving and can lay the framework for some immediate wins, so to speak, and lay the framework for work down the road. And things that are unique to SACIM. What can we do that nobody else has the purview to do or the ability to do? What's unique to us that can really make a difference in outcomes? Not just something that is good to do, but something that can actually change the outcomes. So what I want for us to do is have that conversation, because I think this afternoon I want to limit it down to just a handful of issues, probably 3 issues. In putting the agenda together, I anticipated that we might try to come up with 3 issues that we collectively decided that would be top priority for us to work on, and then divide up the work of trying to move those things ahead. And that's why I put those questions together for the afternoon discussion. But now is the time for us to say, what are those issues that we may want to deal with? And certainly, as I've been listening over the course of the last meeting and the times between then and now and yesterday and today, there are things that we have to do. One of them is the PREMIE Act, but I don't think that is something that we need to do as a committee or as a working group. I think we can work on that with MCHB and use some of the questions that had been provided by the previous SACIM to the different agencies and get that information and then bring it back for us to talk with at our next meeting, as opposed to us doing new work around that area. But the other areas that I've heard, and this was just ones that sort of jumped out for me, certainly maternal health, that we just had a conversation with. There's a lot of energy around that. And certainly equity. I think we have a role to play in how we frame that and how we use the discussions around equity, how to structure it and frame it that leads to transition from theory into practice, that it takes a narrative into action around equity that could be good for all of the aspects of MCHB and HRSA and even beyond in terms of how, and it came up in many of the questions, how do you build equity into everything that we do? I also heard sort of the need for data for decision making, data for policy development, data for program development. You know, do we have the right kind of data? Do we get it rapid enough? And are we communicating those data in the way that can be helpful to people and be dismissing or addressing misinformation that's out there? And then I also heard intermittently some issues related to environmental issues and their impact on maternal health, maternal and child health. So those were some of the issues that I was, you know, kind of highlighting. And so I want to open up the discussion, you know, are there other issues that we should be considering and be thinking both in terms of, as Magda had said, that this is a continuum between the upstream and the downstream, the equity and the services. They're on a continuum, and can we think about upstream and downstream, some of the social issues and some of the clinical issues, and can we look at it in terms of immediate action and then sort of long-term goals? So thinking about how we want to do that, and then how do we want to, and in each of those issues, my guess is that, I would hope that equity would be part of those discussions in each one of the areas that we have. So I'm going to open it up to see what people are thinking in terms of how do we sift and winnow all of the information we've got, all of the opportunities we have into something that is doable with the resources that we have, the time we have, and the needs of our country and the needs of moms and babies at this point in time.
Ed, this is Magda. I'd like to add another bucket that's implicit to the work, and I think Paul Wise was not able to join us today, but extraordinarily insightful. This was group number 3, if you have questions yesterday. And in implicit to also what you're talking about is how does SACIM continue to strategically structure itself so there's not just work going on, but it's how we do the work. And so I just want to acknowledge that you as the chair and whoever else you pull in will also behind the scenes continue to strive for and do work around a strategic way to structure this work getting done that does not fade away. And so I just wanted to add that implicit bucket of infrastructure to SACIM's work itself as being important to continue to be mindful of beyond just the framing of it over this kickoff conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, if you look at in the afternoon breakout sessions, one of the things is how should we organize our work? That's one of the questions I want. How do we organize our work about any of the issues that we have, and then collectively we can figure out, that kind of feeds back to how can SACIM organize its work around these areas. So it is, I agree, we need to really be strategic in how we organize so that we, as you said, you know, can exceed the low expectations.
Well, in the interest of brainstorming, because I'm not going to place the value on this idea because it's actually uncharacteristic for me, I think. But you know, I've been really concerned with this talk about essential services or essential coverage, and the people raising the issue, well, maybe maternity care shouldn't be an essential benefit. And I've heard very otherwise what I considered smart people making statements like, well, why should everyone have to pay for pregnant women? So, you know, I wonder with the upcoming years and the election coming up about informing the need for maternity care to be, I know it's very limited in scope, and we don't want to have many more. There are many more other essential services in addition. But to me, that has got to stay in any definition of essential care, and I think it is threatened.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. This is Jeannie. I appreciate that comment. We saw in California for 8 years in a row proposing it be an essential benefit and only got it passed through our very liberal state legislature when the Affordable Care Act was passed. So we've actually, with our Women's Preventive Services Initiative, have looked to elements of prenatal care to be considered basic women's health issues. So I think that's an important observation.
And we might want to go broader and consider family planning and things like that, but to me, that's like the bullseye. I mean, it's just, I can't understand that point of view, frankly.
But I wonder if some of that related to how we are framing the issue.
One at a time. I'm not sure who was speaking.
That's Belinda.
Okay, Belinda.
Yes, I was just saying I wonder how much of that is how we frame the issue so that people will know the value of it and see all of the connections. Because right now, if we could frame it in a way that people see how it impacts their lives as well, we may not would have to have that conversation around it being an essential service.
Yeah, I think we need to understand the thoughts and the values of the people that are proponents of eliminating essential services. It's really about affordability and why should a single male pay for prenatal care. And believe me, I recognize on its face how ridiculous that statement is. I took a biology class once too. But, so understanding the thoughts and the values of people making the argument, because I don't think the facts presented from our point of view alone may be enough.
Again, this is Jeannie, and I appreciate what you're saying. I testified before our state legislature 8 years in a row. We gave all the economic, the financial analysis. We showed how the patients would end up on our state Medicaid if they didn't require it of the health plans. We had every financial analysis. They still voted no. So we can be as logical as we want, and it still gets back to I'm a guy, I shouldn't have to pay for this. So I think your comment is very, very important. We see women's health legislated and every step of the way, unfortunately.
I want to do a little guidance here, because we could get into the weeds on any of these sort of bundles and get into the great details. I want to stay at a little bit higher level, because I want this time to help us focus. How do we want to start thinking? What are the focus areas that we want to spend our energy without going into the great detail, because that would be the work from this point on. So, it's great. Every one of them could be talked about for hours at a time. So let's keep it a little bit higher level. Vijaya.
Yes. So one of the things that I've been thinking about that this committee could potentially contribute is how do we implement or operationalize equity in maternal and child health so it becomes a standard. And the thing that comes to mind as a potential model is something like the 10 steps to baby-friendly hospitals. And the reason I think it's sort of a good thing to think about is that they outline specific structural changes that need to happen to incorporate this baby-friendly process. They have specific criteria. There's a specific organizational focus. In the case of baby-friendly, it's hospitals, but when applied elsewhere, it could be broader than that. And they also spawn models of technical support. So Boston Medical Center was one particular example of a group that provided technical support to hospitals to actually implement the criteria and to get through the designation process. So it just seems like we need something like that in maternal and child health, where the organizations that we work with, and not just the health organizations, but also the partner organizations in education and transportation and health and criminal justice, et cetera, can also use a similar roadmap with standards and processes for how they actually can incorporate equity into their organizational processes so that it becomes a part of their DNA and not always, an afterthought. So it just, part of the challenge is if our mission is to just outline things that HHS can do, I'm not quite sure how that fits into the bigger picture. Maybe that's something to discuss, but I think it's a real important tool that we need to have in our NCH toolbox to be able to move beyond where we are right now. Because I think, everybody's talking about equity, but we're all swimming in this mire of, information, half information, no information, and we're not really getting very far. So it's something to think about.
Yeah, it's interesting. HRSA did fund with one of the coins, foundational practices for health equity, which was put together. Actually, I was involved with putting it together. So it had actually this foundational practices and capabilities, and it was focused on local health departments, but it could be used for any agency, and it really had dealt with a lot of how you use data, how you work with the community. So I think there's some things out there that could help us get to that operationalizing equity. Magda.
This is also to inform the afternoon discussion about how to organize our work. So I want to give a sort of a conceptual filter, and then I want to give something specific. The conceptual filter is there are things in which we as SACIM would be the leading edge. We are taking this on as a primary cutting edge and principal driver, particularly in terms of informing federal policy and ideally spilling over to the external. There may be other issues in which we are absolutely essential to integrate into what is happening elsewhere, perhaps in other advisory committees. That may be around vaccine, that may be around vitamin K, that may be around particulate matter and preterm birth, around environmental issues. In other words, we may not take it on initially as a primary, but we are a secondary partner in this. And so I think we need to be doing our environmental scan, so to speak, about where else some of these issues are being taken up so we're not duplicating. And third is just to continuously be ready to learn and open so that we're informed. So I just encourage us to think about level 1, level 2, level 3 in terms of our principal role and the intensity in which we show up. So that's a different frame to offer. Now, in terms of content, one of the things that we heard from Kay Johnson yesterday, and this is where we need to be, who should be asking to testify, but who do we need to be asking for input? I would very much like to have follow-up conversations with Dr. Barfield and Dr. Warren and others to say, what do we need to help maintain, sustain, and protect in a time of potential threat? You'll recall that Kay yesterday said that unexpectedly they found themselves in their iteration in 2012, after the passage of the Affordable Care Act, the need to protect Healthy Start, because there was a presumption that with fuller coverage, perhaps Healthy Start would not be needed. I think that we need to be in conversation with our federal partners to ask what is at risk and what can we as SACIM do to advocate for staying the course and sustaining investments so that we don't lose ground. Thank you.
Thanks, Magda. Other thoughts?
This is Michael Warren. I was struck by Dr. Barfield's comment earlier, and it's one that we in quality improvement space talk about a lot, and it's what gets measured, what gets improved, or what gets acted on. And so to that end, are there things that we need to think about based on the discussions we've had yesterday and today that are really important to us, but we're not measuring or at least not reporting in a visible way or in such a way that elevates their importance? And is that a first step? Are there some key things that we need to be measuring and reporting on that would give a particular topic or issue visibility on which we could act? And so I don't know if over the course folks have thought about things that might fall into that bucket, but that may be another immediate thing for us to think about.
That was one of the issues, the whole idea about data for decision making, but, the right kind of data and data in different areas. Are we getting, and it came up this morning, are we getting data from housing and transportation and agriculture that may have some impact on, in this case, on maternal health?
And are we stratifying it? So to the comments earlier, about what do we have about housing or education or these other things, and someone mentioned, I think it was Dr. Barfield, about the disparities in NICU care. We can only call it out if we measure it in that way. And so are there elements that we either need to shine a light on or that we need to actually collect and stratify in that way?
Thank you, Michael, for raising those issues. I think what's needed in the context of our data is really this sort of thoughtful, multidisciplinary approach to how we're collecting data. Because if we collect data for data's sake, it's just, a lot of garbage. And again, to go back to sort of the neonatal example, again, the researchers that looked at NICU care in terms of intervention. So, for example, we know surfactant's an incredibly effective medical intervention. But what's often not well known is the timing of that intervention is also important. So you could give a baby surfactant within an hour of birth and see very different results than giving that baby surfactant at the end of a 24-hour period. And so those are the kinds of things where if there are differences due to, poor infrastructure or a lack of quality, will make a difference in outcome. And the interpretation of that outcome may be incorrect, right? It isn't that that baby was necessarily inherently at risk, but that that baby received care that was of a lower quality.
So here's another frame that there's somebody else, Belinda.
Yes, I think when we're talking about data, typically we're talking about quantitative data, and I think we have to also figure out how to get some qualitative data. We need to hear the voices of the people that are totally being impacted, people with lived experience. So I want to make sure that is included in our data mining efforts, is thinking through, which programs or services that are already out there where we have an opportunity to do that, or if there's other organizations that are already gathering that information. We just need to make sure that's included.
Thank you. Magda?
Just to echo that and combine some things. I appreciate your buckets, if you will, that you kind of initiated up front, for Ed, in synthesizing. I would encourage us, as we think about trying to have innovation and enhancement of data and integration of data, which is a longstanding issue, that we anchor it on some very specific domains we want to change. And so I think this is a ripe opportunity, particularly around maternal health and data to inform maternal health as impacts infant mortality, or if we're going to take on environmental issues in terms of the physical environment, where is that data that will link? So I think that the data piece and the equity piece that you talked about are cross-cutting, and the maternal health issues and the environmental issues in some ways are can go and be more specific. I just don't want to see us silo our organization of what we do. And the more, again, the recommendation from the history piece is very specific recommendations that are actionable, not conceptual. Thank you.
One other frame that I want to put out there is, what are you willing to work on? What generates some excitement in you that you're willing to put some time and energy into doing? Because that can also help. There's so much to do, and all of it's important. If there's some energy and some passion around some things, we want to tap into that.
Ed,
go ahead.
Yeah, so this isn't in direct response to that last question, but it's another thing, I think, in terms of looking forward and anticipating issues as they arise. One of the things that is getting increasing focus now is rural America, where we're seeing closures of hospitals and closures of maternity units in particular. Part of that is caused by our policy. So if you're a critical access hospital, that is funded, your funds are paid by Medicare, and therefore there's a disincentive for rural critical access hospitals to offer maternity care in that it doesn't go into their cost basis. And you're seeing a maternal mortality rate in rural areas of almost 30 per 100,000, whereas in urban areas it's about 18 per 100,000, so significantly higher. So I think we're seeing an emerging problem. There may be some, and it's fully, I mean, social determinants are all over this thing. And if you look in areas like Georgia, for example, there's significant racial and ethnic disparities, the same as if you go to the Dakotas or Montana. So it tends not to be the typical frame on equity, but I think about 20% of Americans do live in rural areas, and we are seeing a very disproportionate impact on them for both maternal mortality and infant mortality.
Thanks.
The other thing I'll say about it is that is an issue that resonates with the current administration. We've actually, I'll say, and I have noticed that some of the offices of minority health are now focused on rural. As a difference from where they had been focused in the past. I just put it out there. I think it is an important topic. It is one that resonates right now, and it's a growing need, and so it may be something we want to include in our frame.
Good. Magda, I'm going to get back to something that you brought up, that you identified data and equity as cross-cutting issues. Are there other cross-cutting frames that we should consider? And the reason I'm wondering if our focus, instead of equity, and let's say just look at equity, how would we deal with equity relative to maternal health, with environmental issues related to rural health, related to use equity as sort of the frame, and same thing with data. How would we work on data related to maternal health and environmental health and rural health? And other environmental issues. So is there another cross-cutting frame that's out there that we should consider? And this is not just for Magda, but anybody that.
Well, I counted to my 5, so that I'm not jumping in too soon. One of the ways to be thinking about this is, what will it take for transformational change to happen? And we are talking about nothing less than by taking on directly equity, we are committing our saves to not incremental but longer-term transformational work, and literally resetting the social DNA around infant mortality and maternal health, which is the bold, audacious, and you can't opt out approach that I aspire to and commit to. So towards that end, I remember the wise words of Dr. Julius Richmond, and then enhanced by Milt Cuddlechuck, around what does it take for significant policy change to happen, and they would advise us, and still do, that it takes 3 things to come together, and so I'm looking for what that third cross-cutter could be. One is the data and the research, and how do we get the facts that tell a story qualitatively and quantitatively. The second is around innovation and policy and programs. So I would be wondering about a cross-cutting lens of is there a policy change opportunity here to inform the Secretary, and so that might be a policy or programmatic innovation or sustainability lens. And the third is around political will. which to me is at the heart of equity. And so I will offer that in that spirit of the data power, if you will, the policy and program power, and then the political willpower, that we might want to think about a policy lens of pot opportunity to either promote or protect a policy around family planning, around rural hospitals, around fill in the blank that we think is being threatened, or something that could be transformational. So that's my third. Thanks for letting me frame it.
Yep. Yeah, that was sort of in my thinking as I was, looking at the knowledge base, the social strategy, the political will that Kovalchuk and Richmond put together. You identified it as, data, policy, and political will, same issues. And I like the fact that, we talk about data, and equity is about both, well, it's political will and policy, and policy by itself impacts a lot of other things. Other thoughts that people have? Anybody have some thoughts about how, a frame that again, with not changing everything in the world, something that we can work on strategically within our resources, unique to our charge, and as Magda said, our leading edge that we can do that no one else can do.
Hi, it's Janelle. I was just thinking that it's going to take a little bit more time for me to kind of digest everything that we've heard yesterday and today, and definitely more conversations, probably one-on-one or two-on-two, three-on-three, aside from today's request, Ed, of what could we do. So I would suggest that we possibly take a little bit more time to think about this. In terms of like what we can do. And I know that the goal for today was to determine what we're going to do. But I feel like this sort of, this is a big step. And before we take that big step, it would be helpful to really talk about some of these issues a little bit more. That's just my thought.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to come to the right answer today, but I want to set up a process to get to sort of quote unquote the right answer, and have some way to work on getting to the answer, getting to the questions and the answers that we need to do. That's what I'm trying to frame. How will we frame our conversation this afternoon to move us along?
Ed, this is Belinda. I wonder, do we need to spend some time thinking through a little bit around these ex officio members? No, because I know it came up in our work group around who else to bring to the table is around, a lot of the people we thought about bringing around the table, they're already invited. But we're not sure if there's a disconnect with the communication or they don't see themselves and understand why it's critical for them to be at this table. So do we need to spend some time, having some one-on-one conversations with some of them, or, working through the Bureau trying to figure that piece out? Because it's critical for us to have, housing and labor and, all of these people at the table, but we want to make sure that they understand why we want them at the table.
That was one of the part of the question in that this afternoon breakout. Who are our partners in addressing this, including the ex officio, and how should we engage, support, and strengthen those partnerships? Because I think that'll be part of the discussion that we have to have. They're the resource. They're doing a lot of stuff. We need to leverage them, and they need to leverage us. And we need to support each other.
Right.
Belinda, I agree with you, and I also have gotten some feedback that says, tell me what you want me to do. Tell me why we come to the table. So this is as Ed said, this is the hard work. If we can say, the three things that we're going to be focusing or anchoring our work on for the next 9 to 12 months, for the next 4 trimesters. And we can't do this work without you. And this is what we need you to do besides come and warm a chair. So I think that until we have clarity about our priorities and our commitments that is absolutely sustainable by the energy and the fuel of the members, then I don't think they're going to show up in the same way that we'd like them to. And given the hiatus around SACIM, how do we reignite and re-inspire about why this advisory committee can in fact deliver something that hasn't been necessarily delivered before? So the narrative is not only about infant mortality or equity. We also need to tell a narrative about SACIM now that tells a compelling story for people to engage. And we need to tell that story as ambassadors so folks show up and deliver with us.
Ed, this is Paul. Can I, think out loud with you for a minute? And I'll ask your mercy in advance. So I think most of us are in this work because of our concern for the well-being of other humans and people, and also because of a strong sense of social justice and the need to continue to approach that and ultimately achieve it. There is another side, I think, to the discussion here that is also important. And that is, if you look at really future of our nation and our country, we absolutely need to improve upon our poor performance on equity. And already by 2020, I'll say children, if I can, under age 18 will be majority and minority. By 32. I think by 2045, the nation will be, quote, majority minority. But within the next 10 years, I think, or maybe 12 years, women of reproductive age will be majority minority. And so this is our future. And if we continue to have these disparities, we will continue to have a nation that is not well and not achieving its potential. So I'm not sure what to do with that other than, in addition to the social justice and the human compassion, I think there's another sort of economic and argument that may resonate with some. My fear in making that argument, though, is that the power and resources in the country won't transition with the population. And so just as we're seeing an anti-immigrant backlash now, we may see other backlashes as the majority becomes the minority. And so I think it has to be dealt with in a very sensitive way, and perhaps even acknowledging that things may get tougher as we go. So I apologize for thinking out loud, but it's another dimension here that, our future of our nation and our peoples is really at stake if we don't deal with birth equity.
Mm-hmm.
That's why
I do have a tendency to kill the conversation.
This is an urgent issue. That's why we're here, and that's what I think why all of us agreed to be on this. There's some urgency in doing this. Mothers are dying, babies are dying on a daily basis, and they are our society depends on their health and well-being. So there's an urgency.
There's an urgency now, and there's an urgency for our future as a people. As the American people, or I don't know what term to use, but as people living in this land.
I think it's now and, it continues to be urgent now and in the future. this is not a one and done kind of thing. We are continually improving. All right, so let me sort of frame it this way. You know, if we, in terms of the data policy and political will, if we have a role to play, we have a role to play, and I was thinking in terms of the data that are needed and that we don't have, and in multiple areas. The equity, the conversation that we had yesterday, we really need to flesh that out, and as Vijaya said, we need to operationalize it and figure out that I think is really the unique gift that we can give and bring forward. And the third is the policy area, but also I think policy in terms of also how things are organized. That's one of the things that we were hearing. How do the silos, how are they created? The organizational policies, both at the federal government and particularly in the federal government. How does MCHB relate to SAMHSA and HUD and USDA and CDC and all of those other organizations? How can we best facilitate those? Those might be the three kind of cross-cutting areas into data, equity, and policy / organizational capacity that we could have some conversations about to frame up how we address the issues of maternal health, infant health, rural health, environmental issues, clinical services, in each of those, you know, that by figure out which ones we want to focus on and then come at it from those three lenses of data, equity, and policy. I know I've been in this boat before where you don't want to lead because then you may end up leading something.
The only other piece, this is Tiffany McNair in the room, that I'll add that I heard yesterday that I didn't hear as much today. I think this is in some of the working groups in the report out, was around fatherhood and kind of family more generally. I think that that's still a part of the general conversation around this intersection of maternal and child, and by extension of that, how we focus on fathers. But I heard that a little bit more yesterday, and I'm not sure if that's still of interest in terms of the topic, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, I think fatherhood would definitely have to be included. This is Belinda. You know, it's totally connected.
This is Paul. I think that I've noticed that there's, within the social services sector, they tend to talk about children and families. Within public health and healthcare, we talk about maternal child health. And somehow it would be really nice to bring those two things together.
Yeah.
Because it's clear if fathers is missing from both of them, unless you consider them part of the family, although families now don't necessarily always have fathers, but it would be really nice to come with an inclusive term.
And I know those of us, changing the subject a little bit, those of us in public health, we want to make sure that we include everything. So we end up piling on lots of things, and we get overwhelmed with, you know, because every issue is important, every issue is crucial. And that's why I started out saying we can't do everything. We need to sift and winnow and get down to something that is unique to us, that is strategic, that can make a difference in the short term and set the frame for the long term, and count on our partners to you know, help us out in some of the other issues. So that's what I'm looking at. How do we pare it down to something that's doable and important and strategic?
Ed, this is Magda. I was wondering if we could turn to Dr. Barfield and Dr. Warren and ask them what would be most helpful for us to do. How could we bring value right now in the next 6 to 9 months in the work that's happening at CDC and at MCHB HRSA. Because I'd like to be informed by seizing those opportunities, and I think it is our purview to ask them versus expecting them to tell us what to do. So I would want to not only ask the members but if you could also perhaps turn to Wanda and Michael and Tiffany and others and say, what's your hope for us? That would help me as another criteria.
Wanda, do you want to take that?
So I think that the committee has a lot of great experience that's important for us to learn from, but I think that there is an opportunity for us to think about some of the common threads in all of the federal agencies that would be important to address. So I think that focusing in on again, I think that focusing in on infant mortality, but looking at the broader lens in terms of the most relevant causes, in terms of, sort of population health and where are the opportunities given we're in 2019. So if there are maternal health issues that, again, help drive infant outcomes, infant mortality and morbidity, I think that's the area. And then the whole language around social determinants of health, I think currently now is an important opportunity where the committee can help inform the secretary as well as the public.
Thank you.
Michael?
Yeah, so I think a few things come to mind. One is thinking about where there are already stated priorities of the department or the administration that can be a springboard or a link to the work that you're doing. So if I think about the departmental priorities, for example, there are 3 of them, value-based care, health reform, opioids, where there are clear links back to maternal and infant health. And so is there the opportunity to think about tie-ins there and to bring the mom and baby perspective to those particular issues, and what does that mean? I think as part of that, and more broadly, thinking about how SACIM can continue to elevate the notion of life course and why it's important that we take that kind of perspective in this work. And so, for example, the current focus on maternal morbidity and mortality, very much needed and important, and I think probably not sufficient, because we have sort of focused kind of myopically on improving care, for example, and that's important. But the reality is, if we don't move upstream, if we don't think about the full breadth of the life course, we kind of missed the boat, and we've not really moved the way that we'd like to move. So capitalizing on that opportunity, and then I think creating, or continuing to create, I should say, the sense of urgency around both maternal and infant mortality. Maternal mortality is getting a lot of attention right now, both federally within the agencies and also externally. I worry a little bit that infant mortality falls off folks' radar, and so the example I shared with you yesterday, 22,000 babies a year, that's not acceptable to us at MCHB, and how do we continue to elevate that so there is some urgency around that, and drive the charge to eliminate that.
I think this is the only piece that I would add to that, piggybacking off of that, beyond thinking about alignment with other opportunities and kind of potentiating what's happening across not just this department, HHS, but in other agencies in the administration. I really have appreciated, and being here for the last 2 days, about this piece on storytelling and framing, and what is the narrative. Magda, you described not just of SACIM itself, but also of, again, this conversation around maternal and child and family and whatever else we think is important, but how do we tell that story in the most compelling way and that is most palatable to the widest range of audiences? And I would I think that that's really important, and then definitions. So I think yesterday there was also this conversation around social determinants of health is not the same thing as equity, is not the same thing even as equality, perhaps. And so how do we take that piece and then say, okay, when we are talking, this is what we're talking about to ensure that there is a mutual understanding. So I think that for me as well, and I think for the bureaus, we're even thinking about our own priorities, how do we best tell our story, I think is really important, especially in the current environment. So that would be helpful.
All right, good. Value-based care, opioids, what was the third?
Health reform.
So that's always there. That's
They have, it looks like there's 4 on the website, opioids.
Since 1972, when I became a physician, they talked about health reform every single year.
Yes.
Right. This is Marta. Can I ask a question, please, of Michael Warren? I was noticing yesterday on National Public Radio featured a interview with Secretary Azar. I had not heard him covered by 8 minutes in public radio before, so it was insightful to learn about it, given that we report to the Secretary. It was specifically about ending HIV and at the same time the tension with introducing significant recommended cuts to Medicaid. And the justification, according to what the Secretary said on public radio yesterday, was that there will be a shift in money in Medicaid from quote-unquote able-bodied individuals to pregnant women and children. And I was wondering what you're also hearing that you might be able to share with us around, not as a primary driver of priorities, what we're doing, but that or catch the wave language around HIV or about changes in Medicaid that we should be mindful of in terms of its opportunities or potential consequences for infant mortality.
So I did not see that interview and can't speak to the CMS part of those changes. Certainly, HRSA has gotten a lot of visibility in this call to end the HIV epidemic. So a lot of, so first called out in the President's budget several weeks back, and then a lot of conversation since then. So that is primarily within HRSA, being led by our HIV/AIDS Bureau, thinking about the work that happens through the Ryan White program, thinking about availability of PrEP, thinking about partnering with our community health centers, for example, so some collaboration with the Bureau of Primary Health Care. We are certainly aware of those discussions and connected, but primarily it's being driven through the HIV/AIDS Bureau. I don't know if you have specific questions that I can try to get answers for, but that has where we are now.
Well, it was mostly to follow up on your comment about springboard, and I was just curious if you saw this as a springboard, not so much detail, because you brought up other things, and I just wanted to know if that was strategic or it's being dealt with elsewhere. And I'm not pushing it. I was just listening for it and didn't hear it. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna give you some work to do over lunch, and David, you're gonna email David the 3 things that you think we should be focusing on moving forward. And then I will be able to, over lunch, take a look at those to sort of get a sense of, from the conversation we've had yesterday and today, particularly in the last hour, you know, to clarify in your own mind, what are the 1, 2, or 3 things that we should be focusing on?
But it's really helpful, Michael, for you to bring up the Secretary's priorities, because, you know, the opioid crisis, health insurance reform, drug pricing, value-based care, it is so transactional that it makes me realize we have really got to protect our voice on infant mortality, which is a much more systematic issue.
Right.
Because all these initiatives are very transactional healthcare issues otherwise. And even the opioid crisis is really focused on funding treatment.
Exactly.
Yep.
You got it, Paul. All right, so I want you to do that little homework. That'll help me, the sooner you can. We'll do that during lunch and try to, from that, see if we can get some clarity on, what people are thinking. All right, while we're up next, let's talk about our partners, the working group on membership. I understand that, we have 21 members that we're allowed to have 21 members. We have 9 right now, and I know that there have been a couple of recommendations from someplace within the administration. So my guess is we have probably 9 or 10 new positions that we could have. So I'm going to turn it over to Belinda to walk through the work that she's done.
Hello, everyone. Do I have control of the slides?
You do.
I just need to figure out where, right?
Oops, sorry, hold on. Click back to a different set of slides by accident. There you go. Belinda, do you see the little arrow at the bottom to advance your slides? There you go.
Thank you.
No problem.
So hello, everyone. Our membership work group, we met a little while ago. Our work group includes Vijaya, as well as we asked Dr. Arthur James to participate as well. He was on the previous SACIM, so we asked for some of his thoughts as well, so he was able to participate in our meeting as well. As Ed already mentioned, we do have an opportunity to bring on some more members, we think. And one of the things that we discussed in our work group was around when we're thinking about, our focus had been on considerations for health equity. So as long as we're looking at equity, that was kind of our frame for the work group. But either way, we really wanted to make sure we are being inclusive and have and consider race, ethnicity, geography, gender. We feel like we need a rural as well as an urban mix, as well as the age. And I think those are some of the conversations that we had yesterday, and realizing that we need to bring some of our younger peers to the table, because in many respects, they'll be moving this work forward after many of us retire. But we also need their energy and their expertise. So all of those things we wanted to be considered. We looked, in our conversations, we started looking at some potential additional representatives, and we were trying to think a little bit outside of maternal and child health. We did not exclude MCH, but we were also thinking of people that also had an opportunity to come to the table if invited. We felt like we really, again, needed rural health or representative from the rural health community, as well as from Urban League. So we looked at Urban League. We thought it was critical to have someone there representing fatherhood expertise. And then we started thinking about the National Panhellenic Council. And for those of you who are not as familiar with them, within African-American communities, there are basically 9 African-American sororities and fraternities. They're predominantly African-American, not 100%, but a predominantly African-American, and then they have like a leadership entity. So there are 4 sororities and there are 9 fraternities. And many of them have reached directly into the communities, and they have an opportunity to reach families and leaders. Many of them are members of Congress, but they are also members in their own community working with families. So we felt like it was critical to have that voice at our table. And then we also included the Association of Women's Health Obstetrics and Neonatal Nurses. Based on our conversations yesterday, I think we would easily add in the American Academy of Pediatrics as well as the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology. We think all of those areas are critical to the work that we're trying to get done. And then we spent some time talking a little bit about the ex officio members. We think they're critical. You know, as we started going through the list of potential folks to have at the table, many of the people we thought about, we started looking at the ex officio members, and we thought, well, we've got someone here representing USDA and the work they're doing with WIC. So we have labor at the table. We have HUD at the table. They may not be as active at the table, but they're already ex officio members. So we started thinking, you know, again around Do we need to provide some level of orientation to them? Do we need to provide more guidance to them? As Magda said earlier, do we need to just let them know what we need from them and be more directive, or even make sure that they are aware of why we want them at the table? We think all of those things are critical. And we felt like we needed them also because of the work they're doing that's directly connected to social determinants of health. So after we went through those conversations,
I don't know. That corn one?
Does anyone have a question? I think someone's not on mute.
It's just background noise, so just keep going.
Okay. So then we came up with some potential members. This is by no means an all-inclusive list, and these are, again, just potential additions, realizing the key word is potential. We know some of you may know some of these individuals. We did not know them all ourselves, not all collectively. But we have Barbara Ferrer. Many of you may know her. She was formerly in Boston, and now she's with the Los Angeles Health Department. Dr. Renesa Anthony, she's an OBGYN at the University. We think she's still at the University of Nebraska Medical Center, but she was doing work there for the Center for Reducing Health Disparities.
Right.
She may have more recently taken another position. We also have David Wims here with Harvard University. I think many people are aware of his work. We have Elizabeth Howell. She was another person recommended out of the New York area. Many of you may know Brian Smedley with the National Collaborative for Health Equity. Ken Harris, he's a Healthy Star Project director, but his bigger work, I think, is around fatherhood and doing fatherhood training and technical assistance. We also included Dr. Donald Warren with the University of North Dakota. He's also American Indian and has done quite a bit of work there in the North Dakota area and beyond. Some of you probably know Elliot Main with the California Qualitative Collaborative, as well as Dr. Haywood Brown, who's the past president of ACOG, who's now in Florida. These, again, were potential additions. Because we did, again, not know each and every person, we would encourage now, I guess, some discussion to think about, are there other people that you all think should be on the list? If you have concerns about any that were on that original list, we probably don't want to go into conversations about the concerns, but just shoot Ed and myself an email if you've got concerns about any of the other names that were on the list. And I don't know, Vijaya, do you have anything that you want to add to this as we move it into discussion?
Yeah, actually, so I apologize because some of these were afterthoughts after we had the discussion with Belinda and Arthur James, but I also think in terms of the types of people that we need to include, I think Southern representation is important, and again, I'm not sure where people are located who are currently on the committee, but you know, the South tends to have the worst health outcomes, and they have a very unique political, economic, and social context and power structure that is a different animal, and it needs a different level of consideration and how you go about trying to transform systems and so on. And so I think it's important to include somebody who is in the South, like Mississippi, Alabama, New Orleans, Louisiana. The other group of professionals that I think we should consider is midwifery. I'm not sure if anybody on this list is a midwife or if anybody on the current committee is a midwife. And also the National Medical Association as one of the organizations, because they have done some work around breastfeeding, and they have an interest in the area of infant outcomes, maternal and infant outcomes, and so that's another possibility. The last comment is as far as the ex officio members, I totally agree. We need to have some sort of orientation with them, but I think we need to conceptualize the orientation as a two-way conversation so that we can understand the common ground between the two issues, whether it's transportation and health or criminal justice and health or whatever, because we want to understand what they can give to us, but we also want to understand what they need from us so that we can help promote some of the policies and issues that they're trying to promote. So, you know, the conversation has to include things like what do they need and how can we help them get to that point. So that's all.
Thank you, Vijaya. And I think that's when we were talking about both perspectives, that we need to understand their perspective as well as understanding why we want them at the table.
Mm-hmm.
So do people have questions or thoughts or concerns or other people that want to have on the list considered? I know that Janelle, I think, is a nurse midwife. Correct, Janelle?
Yes,
that's correct.
Thank you.
Midwife.
So are there other organizations that we should be thinking about? Belinda put out some, but are there others that we should be thinking about to partner? I also, and Vijaya identified professional background. I think we have to be careful that we don't get too many of one profession in the group, so we want to make sure that we have good mix of those as another issue. And just as for understanding, what's going to happen is that from the sort of the recommendations of individuals or groups that comes out of this conversation, I will sit down with David and Michael and sort of see how they fit with, and then with the other members that are being suggested from elsewhere in the administration, you know, put together a package that we would then submit to the secretary. Probably that Michael would submit to the secretary.
Question, Magda. I was wondering if you, I was trying to visually do it in my head, Belinda and Vijaya, about the actual list of names that are examples and the crosswalk with the prior slide to the one that's shown now about what are the dimensions that we're looking for. So I was trying to look through that, and I'm particularly looking for younger colleagues, and most of the folks that I know here are peers and therefore fairly well seasoned. So I'm curious about how we can make an extra effort to crosswalk your here are the different perspectives we want to have with whatever additional set of lists we have, and I'm sure you can carry out that exercise well. I just didn't see the strong correlation. Missing pieces, given the notion of larger structural change around equity and in particularly addressing poverty, the National Academy of Sciences report as an upstream factor. The Federal Reserve Bank was mentioned previously as kind of an unlikely partner, whether or not it's part of membership or whether it becomes folks we reach out to be involved in a subcommittee, because there's lots of other opportunities beyond ex officio and this list to then think specific to our sub-working groups on A, B, and C. Who do we bring in that focuses in on that without necessarily being a full member? So I'm aware of the work the Fed's doing around economic policy. I'm also aware about the Build Healthy Places work and Doug Jute's work. And so I was curious about what the place-based economic development work and who can bring that forward is one gap that I might see. And the other one is I do not, I would like to feel more Latino representation, and particularly what's happening on the border, and folks who can bring the window of the Latinx or Latino and broader immigrant experience, and make sure those voices and stories are heard and informing our work given the current conditions. So those are the ones I would add that I would love a greater breadth of voices and stories at the table.
Thank you, Martha. So, and I think we've got.
I'm sorry.
No, you can go on, Paul.
Diana Ramos might be a good person to consider. She was, I think, the deputy commissioner out in L.A. County. She's moved on from there, but L.A. County is such a diverse county, and Diana was one of the leads and one of the 3 co-leads in the March of Dimes Health Equity Work Group.
Right.
Tremendous professional.
And certainly Barbara Ferrer brings
the implementation of the Jeannie. She chairs the implementation subgroup of the Women's Preventive Services Initiative.
Yeah. And Barbara's, her more recent before Kellogg was Boston City, so I'm not sure, but I don't know her history prior to that in terms of the community she's worked with. Charlene Collier in Mississippi, I think could be an excellent example in terms of Southern and a very impoverished and challenged state. She chairs the Perinatal Quality Collaborative, and she's also with the Department of Health.
And she chairs the MMRC as well.
Okay. This is a great list you came up with. I just want to put every one of them are good. Haywood Brown's from North Carolina, so it's a little bit of a Southern, but of course you would know that. Don Warren is also a tremendous addition in terms of, Don was dean of the North Dakota State School of Public Health, which had the only American Indian public health track in the country. Don's going on to the University of North Dakota now. He's a Lakota and academic and just an amazing person. I think he would bring a lot to us, as well as, of course, it's very, very frontier to rural environments.
This is Kunal. I'm going to just suggest possibly Patricia Nez Henderson. She's Navajo Diné, and she's a powerhouse with her husband. Oh my goodness, I'm forgetting his name right now, but we call him the American Indian not Kevin Costner. Oh,
can you repeat her name again? You said Patricia?
Patricia Nez Henderson. I wrote it in the comments.
Oh, thank you.
But she and her husband, Jeff Henderson, her husband is Lakota. They both reside in South Dakota. They have their own research institute, and they're heavily allied with rural Indian communities doing lots of work. They both practice, do research. It's an amazing powerhouse kind of couple, because if you have one of them, you have both of them, basically. So just another possible idea.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote down Diana Ramos, Charlene Collier, Patricia Nez Henderson.
Right.
Do we know, do we consider any of the people that we've called, I guess moving, if we're considering age, do we consider those being as younger?
This is Jeannie. We had proposed Dr. Neil Shaw yesterday.
Yep.
Neil's young, very involved, and very much working on maternal mortality, and brings a very dynamic, research-focused approach to it.
Mm.
Right, and I had the list from yesterday when we were talking about partners. I just transferred over here.
Okay.
Neil Shaw's name was on that list. Dan Frank was on that list. I don't know if we came, and then we came up with some organizations or partners, but maybe not names.
Yeah, but the good thing about Neil is he's an OBGYN. He's very research-oriented, and he is collaborating with the Pacific Business Group on Health, which is a huge group to have involved in this. I asked him to sit on our WPSI, so he is a liaison that I think would be quite valuable for implementation.
Mm-hmm. And Belinda, Magda, I would encourage us to focus as much on what we want folks to give and what we think they can get from this. So that ability to, when you have a final set of additions, to make sure we know the why, and I know you'll do that. towards that end, I'm also want to be wildly respectful of discussing individuals in a public forum like this, and with only affirmation of the extraordinary leadership that you've presented. And I also know that there are perhaps others that we could talk with you about offline, or if we have any questions that we want to raise. And I'd rather do that in a more one-to-one perspective.
And that is fine. That's what I stated at the earlier, that if you've got concerns or you want to do any follow-up, if you'll email Ed and myself, and then we'll move it from there into a discussion.
Thanks so much.
I'd also like people to think about, some of the more community-focused, community organizing kinds of folks. What's going on with, Sister Song and Black Mothers Matter, and a whole bunch of groups that are really organizing citizens to advance health equity. I don't know those individuals, but I think if any of you do, they might be some people to consider.
Monica, oh gosh, what is Monica's name over Sister Song?
Simpson.
Thank you.
So this is David. Let me jump in here. So a couple things, try to crosswalk some of these suggestions with what's listed in the charter, the types of groups or agencies that we would like to see. I haven't heard much about someone representing the religious community. In the past, we've had some hospice pastors, and they have provided a very interesting and well-needed perspective, sort of around grieving. That also sort of perhaps family organizations, First Candle, those types of groups. It's always good to have the family perspective. And then one last thing, when you think about ex officios, it'd be helpful for us here if you don't just, to be as specific as possible. So not just say, Department of Justice, but specifically what office within the department, so that, or at least what you want them to be able to speak on, so we can drill down and find who would be most appropriate. I think that's sort of the issue that Magda, you've provided some thinking around that, where without the committee sort of knowing what direction you all are going to go in, it's hard for us to reach out to those ex officios to show value or what their value should be, or who we should involve.
So David, so the names that are listed under ex officio now, it may be them or it may not, because it has a name. So who determined that name? So like for the
So some of them are, the charter, says the Secretary of Education, for instance, or his or her designee. So as when we reached out to the executive officer within these different departments or agencies, we have a conversation with them asking who would be best to represent your agency or department to talk about X, Y, or Z. And that's sort of what I'm trying to get at is, whatever you can help us identify what expertise or what you want them to be talking about would be very helpful. Let me also state one last thing, is that this current charter expires in September of this year. So over the summer, I will be updating the charter. So if you have any thoughts around the charter, I would welcome them. Not only who should be listed as potential members or ex officios, but also sort of the purview. So I would absolutely welcome your feedback on any of that.
I didn't know that. So
it's every 2 years, September every other year. So September,
and that speaks to, that speaks to the suggestion I gave earlier, Ed, about a short-term ad hoc working group. This goes to this afternoon's conversation about how to organize our work. I would think it'd be a great idea for a smaller group of us to work with David and with Tiffany and whomever else to not only inform the charter or work on the infrastructure about outreach to ex officio, and then think about how do we organize our work as sort of an ongoing subcommittee so it doesn't fall so much on just the chair to have to do everything, and that we can be supportive of you.
I would appreciate that. That'd be great. I welcome that. And just a little more background. The process is we would submit a nomination package, and that nomination package has to be cleared by the Bureau, so MCHB, by HRSA, by HHS, and then also the Office of the White House Liaison. And it can be stopped, it can be adjusted, it can be at any one of those places, things could change. And that's why it takes such a long time for these packages to be approved.
May I also suggest then that we find other ways to engage these individuals in subcommittee work in the interim, and we also will have an opportunity to experience their contributions on a much more specific way and be able to make an even stronger case should there be some less than strategic speed.
Yep. And then also, if you have feelings or thoughts on length of term, I'd welcome that also. We try to stagger the terms so that everyone doesn't turn over at the same time. So usually what happens is either, so I'll stop there. So if you have thoughts on how long someone should, it's up to 4 years.
All right, so if you have any other ideas, send them to Belinda or me, and then we will move forward with the agencies, organizations, individuals, and then we'll try, and anything we can do to crosswalk sort of the characteristics of those folks so that we can get a package that really reflects the needs of the committee and the needs of families and children.
Do you have a deadline if you want those submitted to?
I mean, I would think we should be able to do it within, let's say within a month.
So we're saying, what, by May 10th, maybe?
Yeah, because I can't imagine that people would, they'll do it right away or they won't do it. I mean, I know myself. So
I wonder, can we just say April 30th by the end of the month?
Okay.
Any feedback?
And then we'll send an email reminder sometime, a week or so from now. All right. Anything else, Belinda?
No, thank you all, and thanks for Jair. We'll get back together once we get feedback from you all.
All right. We're going to give an extra 15 minutes for lunch, so let's take a break, and we'll be back here at 1:30. We may or may not have public comment. We'll see.
Okay.
We may have a little bit extra time, so we'll see you back at 1:30, or hear you back at 1:30.
either orally or written, and that has not happened. We did not actually get any in writing, but in the spirit of openness and in the spirit of wanting to make sure that we're hearing from those who are took the time to join us today, I am absolutely happy to open up the phone line and allow folks to either speak now or you can email me and submit your comments in writing. Either way, the comments will be part of the public record or our formal public record. But I just wanted to, since no one submitted anything in writing, and we do have a couple of minutes, I'm happy to open it up and see if anyone does now. Okay, not hearing anybody. Again, if you do wish to submit public comments, you can do so by emailing me, dcruz@hrsa.gov, dcruz@hrsa.gov, and we'll make sure to get those into the minutes. Otherwise, I guess we will move on to group discussion.
All right. I hope everybody had a good lunch. We've got a few comments from folks, but not a lot. So I've been hesitant to put too much weight on the scale, looking for as much input as possible from folks. But we do have to move ahead. And so what I got a sense from the comments I got back and from our conversation earlier, that there are two things that we can really focus on as cross-cutting, and that's equity and data. Equity and translating theory to practice or narrative to action, and data to tell the story for decision making. So I'm suggesting that we, in the time that what do we have, 45 minutes that 45 minutes. That we break up into actually two groups as opposed to three groups. And since we only have 8 people, Paul Wise is not here, 4 people in each group, to really start to flesh out what the equity issues is and the data issues are around the issues of maternal health, opioid substance use, environmental issues, and nutrition. We've got that came in a little bit late in terms of, let me just think. If you look at this a little bit, it was sort of substance abuse. I think opioids and substance use. I think and let's not put nutrition in there. So we'd use those issues of maternal health, opioid substance use, and environmental issues as sort of the starting point of how do we use equity to frame those issues and work on those issues. How do we, and what data do we need, and so some of the questions we have, similarly are, who are our partners and what will success look like? How do we organize our work? This will be sort of a way of enhancing how we actually do the data and the equity work that we're going to be doing. I think our conversation yesterday near the end of the day around equity really raised a lot of issues that we have to flesh out, and so I'm hoping that a little work group here will, over the next 45 minutes, to start to ask what questions do we need to ask in each of those areas, what are things do we need to focus on. I'm also at some point in time going to be asking for help with 2 or 3 people on the committee to form sort of I don't know exactly what to call it, a steering committee or kitchen cabinet or something to help, just so that I'm not making all of the decisions on my own about sort of organizational and structural issues and day-to-day things that come up, or how to work on informing the charter that we had talked about earlier, just in sort of a small working group that can answer things on a ongoing basis as we move forward. So that's my thoughts for the next 45 minutes. Break up into two groups related to equity and data, and you're going to be pretty free to sort of frame that however you want, given our discussions over the last day and a half, and see where that takes us. And I don't have, so first of all, any comments about that? I'm sure there's lots of questions about that.
Ed, this is Magda. What do you want the report out? Is there any, is it about these three questions relative to these focus areas? It would be helpful just to know at the end of 45 minutes, what are you hoping for?
I'm hoping that these groups, these two, will give us some guidance actually to say what questions should we be asking to move forward, because I don't have an outcome in mind. But I do know that those are cross-cutting issues, and so what questions do we ask to make those, have those cross-cutting issues come up in any of the areas that we may choose to focus on as we move forward as a committee? So how can we use equity to address maternal health, opioid substance use, or how can we use an equity frame to when we look at maternal health or opioids and substance use or environmental issues, as an example of three examples that came out of the feedback I got. How do we use the data to inform our work around maternal health, opioids, and substance use? So how can we use those frames or that focus in our work moving forward? So using those three examples as an example of how we might put it into action. Those three examples into action.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
This is Paul. I'm wondering, we just saved 15 minutes on the public comment, and there's only 8 of us. Do we want to have these conversations together, or do we want to split them in 2?
I was thinking of splitting them in 2, just because it's easier to get people's voices heard in a smaller group, and then because even with 8 people, it's sometimes, and especially over the phone, it is difficult to make sure that everybody has a chance to talk. And so I'm trying to just facilitate more involvement rather than less involvement. I think it'll move us forward a little bit quicker, and then we're going to come back and share, and then have an opportunity to move a little bit farther in both of those areas, add to it.
Great.
Thanks.
Technically, Ed, do you want group 1 to be equity and stay on the line, and the data folks, whoever you assign or opt into that, will call into phone number 2, just going straight to the detail?
So I'm not going to assign to you. I'm going to see if people are interested, who's interested in going on equity and who's interested in going on the data call. So I'm hoping it'll spread out. So I'll just start from the top and go down and say which group would you, and you're not committed. This is not going to be, you're not going to be working on this forever. This is just for the next 45 minutes to do some brainstorming about how to flesh out an equity frame, how to flesh out a data frame for our work. So choose one of those and then be part of that conversation. So Jean?
Data.
All right. Vijaya?
Equity.
All right. Paul?
Yeah, equity.
Okay. Colleen?
Someone wrote data in.
Yeah, okay.
She wrote
Janelle?
Equity.
Okay. Magda?
I'll do data.
All right. And Belinda?
I'll take equity.
Okay. I did split out. Hey, very nice. So let's see. So which one has 3 data? So I'll do data. So that'll give us 4 in each group. And so those who are going to do data will stay on this line, and the ones who are going to do equity will go to group 2, phone number 2.
Yeah. And we will not have a group 3.
We will not have a group 3.
And I will.
So for those calling into group 2, for the ease of the operator, we'll give you a different passcode so that you can immediately be able to speak. So for group 2, the leader passcode is 96864, and I'll put that in the chat too. Because the one that's on the agenda is the general one. So for the committee members, use the leader code, and everyone else calling in can listen and use the other one.
And you can self-organize.
Yeah, and I'm going to.
All right, so
I'm going to initiate the other call.
Okay, so David will.
I'm just going to be right next door.
All right.
And try to find somebody. Yeah.
All right. We'll be back in about 45 minutes with everybody. All right, so who would like to start this conversation about data?
You are on hold for a...
Aha. They just put us on hold.
Hi, how are you?
Can we hear each other?
Can anybody hear?
I can hear.
Yeah, they got to get the music to get away. So, Jeannie, I can hear you. You can hear me, but is anybody in the room?
Sorry.
Aha.
Okay,
Hello.
there we go.
Better?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so who's on the line now?
I'm here, Colleen.
Sure. Colleen, Jeannie, are you there?
I am.
Ed, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, so the four of us. And is anybody else going to be joining us in the room at MCHB?
No, just Morgan's here.
I don't count.
Hi, Morgan.
I'm on a call for infant mortality, but we're not being recorded.
I believe we are being recorded. We are being recorded.
Okay, Ed, your question now the technology is in place. Who would like to go first?
Hi, Wanda Barker's on the line.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so who was that on the line that came in?
Wanda.
Okay, great. Good.
Yeah, Wanda. Yay.
So I don't know if everybody heard I was sort of trying to kick it off, but hoping that others will have much more to say than me. Because I identified earlier sort of my thinking that the data is one of those cross-cutting issues. We need it to tell the story about infant health and mortality, maternal health, when we need it for decision making. So how do we figure out how to get the right kind of data, both qualitative and quantitative? How do we get it from the right areas, not just the usual suspects of the maternal and child health databases, but housing and ag and transportation and criminal justice? And are there things that we need to get more quickly? Do we need infant mortality data more rapidly? And do we need to get it particularly while it's still being worked upon by the CDC, the National Center for Health Statistics, like hearing that it gets distributed before anybody else has a chance to really have some input on it, and then communication pieces. How do we communicate the data in a way that advances the narrative that we want, advances in health, but also addresses misinformation that's out there? So those are just some of my thoughts about the sort of data that, and then just like the MMRC. How do we collect those data? And how do we expand the data collection to other states with the MMRC, which I think is an important thing? And how do we link some of those things with the FEMR data that are are out there. So those are sort of the questions that are raised in my mind.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that, let me see if I'm not muted. Okay, I think there's a wealth of information in the EMR, obviously, that would be someplace to get at data, but it's always user dependent. So I'm not even sure, just from our own hospitals, when we put in demographic data, is that a self-report? Like, who's deciding what category we're putting these people into? How reliable is that really when you talk about, you know, what's the father's background? What's the mother's background? It seems like as our society marches on, it's going to be even more of a gray zone. So there's obviously so much data that could be pulled from all these EMRs all over the country, but I don't know how you know, we put it into a research project and we put everybody in a category, and I'm not sure how clear-cut those categories actually are.
So this is Jeannie. I think what we also have to do is step back and say, how are we using the data? You know, are we using it to direct national policy, or are we using data sets to understand what are confounding factors? Because depending on what we're using or how we're using it, there are going to be different data sets that matter. So, for example, in California, we've been able to get most hospitals in the state to put their data into one central data system. I mean, it's taken a lot of work, but for both OB and pediatrics, they've got combined data sets and analysis to really be able to answer questions.
Right.
I don't know. So that's a state decision to do that, and then collaboration amongst all the different hospitals and health systems. So it takes a lot of work. But that being said, it's a big data system. So do you ask for help from a big data system like that, or do you look and say, what is it that all states collect? So it's kind of asking two different sets of questions. You know, I'm sure with all the public health departments, there are certain considerations every public health department in the entire United States is supposed to collect. So is that a better way to go? Or do we get different types of information from each?
Let me follow up on that, Jeannie. This is Magda. Our colleague Colleen, you may not have ever met him. His name is Bill Sappenfield. He's kind of a data guru guy. And, and what Bill taught me early on was, you know, the notion, and then Jeannie just inferred, that we better know what our questions are. Why do we want to know something before we even ask for a single piece of data, before we suggest anything? So I would encourage us anchoring on the issues of the day, the opportunities for impact around maternal health, maternal mortality, opioid and substance abuse, even perhaps weaving into that environmental factors, including nutrition as a kind of environmental factor, and to ask what are the driving questions that need to be asked and answered, and then what are the data, and where are they, what are the systems of data, what is the quality of the data, what is the timeliness of the data to be able to answer those questions. I'm not suggesting that we come up with those questions today, but I think unless, and this is actually, Wanda, your suggestion when we met one-on-one, unless there are driving questions that SACIM is dedicated to pursuing, then the data will be overwhelming. And so questions first, ask why, and then ask how are we going to ask us, and what do we want to know, and then, and going back to Ginny's point, so how are we going to use this data differently to make a difference? And so that's my philosophy around data in public health, data for equity, and so that's my first comment is one of the ways we can organize the work is to try to shape, anchored on these pressing, urgent issues, what are the key questions we want, or SACIM wants to assure is answered in an effective way that uses data. I've got two more real quick, if I could. Let me pause there about the questions piece.
Magda, I appreciate that, and I'll sort of a little corollary to that. There's also the question of the existing databases that are there, like PRAMS and the MMRC and the FEMUR and the BFRSF, and are the data then being used for now? Are they collecting the right kind of data for us? Again, getting to your question of what they're going to use it for. Are they helping to tell the story? Are they getting things rapid enough for it to be used? So it's the same. It's just a little variation on your questions.
Thank you. So I think the data use is one bucket that we can be looking at, and that question should drive the use of data and therefore the access and the improvement of it. The two other buckets that I would ask us to consider is the notion of not just data use, but data equity. There is structural implicit bias, or at least dynamics that go on in the collection of data. And I think that if we're going to use an equity lens that the other group is going to be fleshing out, I'm just note to ourselves that how we go about the cross-cutting work of data should be influenced and shaped through the lens of equity as well. How we ask the question, whether we value qualitative data as much as quantitative data, and what about women's voices, for example, how the notion of race and racism and categorization, whether we even ask, I mean, we could be, in fact, responding to the census morass that's going on about collecting immigration status as something that we think could have an impact on infant mortality. And so I think this notion about having the courage and creativity to look at it through the equity lens. And my third is, and this comes inspired by my one-on-ones in the historical piece, came from Milt Kudelchuk, who is somebody who, if we thought about how we're going to go about this work, Milt would be a great person to bring back into the fold among others, if we're going to have a working group around this. But he said, frame it as data innovation. That may be around how do we use the new electronic medical record and have a partnership with Epic, or how do we learn how to understand how artificial intelligence is being used through algorithms in the interaction around maternal and infant care right now, and are we being mindful about the innovation around AI and data? And so for us to always be thinking about the innovation and building innovative systems, particularly across sectors. So data use, data equity, and data innovation to be able to ask and answer questions that really matter and that will move us forward as a field. That's, again, I'm a framer, so that's the frame that I have.
And you should develop a data use institute or something.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is Jeannie. I wanted to add to that discussion. I think one of the other questions we have to ask ourselves when we're doing this is, are we looking at some of our role as the primary innovators, or are we amplifiers? And I use the term amplifiers because if I look at what's going on with around maternal mortality and opioid use, you can look at the Council on Patient Safety in Women's Health Care and the AIM program. And we've got a number of states, I don't know how many states are in the AIM program, but there are bundles around reducing maternal mortality, around opioids and everything else. It's getting them to be adopted by every health system. So it looks like there's already some fabulous framework. So how much do we need to be the amplifiers to, number one, the message on maternal mortality is out there. That's a huge step. It's been out there for a while, but it's taken repeated answers and responses, and now it's getting attention. The health equity issue is out there also, and there are groups collaborating on that. So do we take what they're doing and then amplify the message and learn from them? Because it seems like they've got a framework already in place.
I really like that, Jeannie. It helps me think about what's our primary role, or our level 1, level 2, level 3 work. And on data innovation, maybe around the equity work we can add innovation, but I do think it's more about weaving maternal health, maternal mortality, infant mortality, fathers and families into the work that's already there and trying to implore that it become more diffused as innovation.
And I like the data amplifier piece because that is, again, it's an action-oriented thing. How do we, it sort of goes under the data use thing, but also sort of the communication strategy of how do you get the data out there and into the hands of the people who can use it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I also will add a piece here about, and this goes to the heart of sort of a part of Title V and the work that CDC has done. I know you were being tongue-in-cheek about a Data Use Institute, but I think that the capacity building of how to needs to be recognized, that not only are we perhaps recommending the amplification, but and we're recommending that there be a broader set of metrics around equity, say Z-codes and the like. But in the data use, we're also recommending that a workforce across disciplines know how to use this data in their work to address maternal health, to address the opioid and substance abuse. And I'm just because you have the data doesn't mean people know how to use it. And I think there's a training and leadership and use opportunity.
So, Magda, in building capacity, is that, let's talk about that a little bit, the capacity to use the data or the capacity to generate the data? Because I'm thinking about communities. How do we get data into both objective and subjective data, quantitative and qualitative data to be used, not just the objective. And then how do we get communities to be able to have the capacity to collect those non-objective data, and then how to use it? It's sort of both parts of the capacity, generation and use.
Yes, Ed, and I'm very aware of investments being made in communities around the country by the Urban Institute to promote the strategic use of data to address social change. And so I think we can look outside of the health domain at the community level, because oftentimes that effective data use is coming from the education sector or the community development sector or the transportation sector, or it's coming from the hospital systems, but not necessarily in an integrated way. So if we're going to get to the both clinical and upstream drivers of maternal mortality and use data for this, then it will require that kind of both national systems integration as well as local integration, and again, amplify the capacity building that's already happening at CDC, at HRSA, in education sector, in universities. We do not have to invent this. We just need to anchor it, and I love the word amplify it, and diffuse it.
Yeah. This is Jeannie again. One of the other observations I would make, the word transparency sometimes gets overused, but I would say this is a time when we are not at all transparent in our outcomes or in our approaches. And one of the biggest barriers to change is that people simply don't even know what's happening in their own hospital system, in their own community about outcomes, whether we're talking about equity, whether we're talking about different aspects of maternal health. The leapfrog reports have jump-started that for us in many ways. But an expectation of transparency of data, I think, is essential. And although we may not be able to drive that, that could be something that we state explicitly in how we expect to approach this.
There's a follow-up that I'd like to go to next, but I wanted to, Wanda, you're on the phone listening. And,
yes.
And I would, this would be a wonderful time for you to, at our invitation, if you'd be willing to share with us, what are you hoping that SACIM might be able to elevate and instigate that would strengthen the investments that you're already making in data use, data equity, and data innovation?
So thank you. So one of the things that I was thinking, and this has really been a wonderful conversation, is there are new opportunities, yes, but we need to not forget the old effective opportunities that may still need an additional push or reinvigoration. So, so to use a specific example, okay, this committee, as well as other groups, have focused on risk-appropriate care. That is still a major issue, and not only is it an issue for infants, now we're seeing that it's an issue for mothers. It took quite a while for us to look at issues of risk-appropriate care for women, and it's great that ACOG now is looking at that and putting out the policy information there. But believe
it only took us how many years?
It took a long time to disentangle that a high-risk mother isn't just a woman with a baby that is 1,000 grams in utero. And now there's really attention to specific, clinical risks that may mean that there's an appropriate place to deliver given that risk, as well as appropriate places for very healthy women and babies to be born at. But there's still a lot of gaps. The hospitals self-declare. We don't even know what some of the definitions are. And when we look at these outcomes, we're scratching our heads and looking at other risks when there was an opportunity to perhaps create an intervention to save lives. And I had a discussion with the state, and I won't name the state to implicate them, but what I heard from them was that antenatal transport does not exist. If a high-risk woman delivers at a location where they don't have the capabilities, it sounds like it's not good. Neonatal transport is still a struggle, even though we know the evidence is to get the mom and baby together to the right place.
Right.
And there's a lot of challenges in terms of reimbursement to make that happen. And there's also a big incentive for delivering high-risk babies in a place where there's an opportunity to receive funds.
You could be describing Southern California.
Yes, there are many places.
We looked at the difference between Northern and Southern California, and it's incredible.
Right, so remember, tie-up 1 was in the 70s, I think. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was like 75.
Yep.
And there's still no, in some areas, no movement on that. That's an important, very important evidence-based opportunity to reduce infant mortality as well as morbidity. And now we know there's also an opportunity to improve maternal health in terms of consequences for maternal mortality and morbidity. So I just say that to say there are new things, but the committee can also look at what they know is effective, what they've discussed before, that we need to make sure that we're paying attention to and calling it.
Well, let me follow up real quick on that, because I'm still trying to, and I know this is being recorded, and so this is transparent in public sector, in public domain. I want to understand the language used by several. When I spoke about the history of SACIM was the gravitas and the influence that we can have. And the second lesson was, make sure that you work closely with your federal organizational partners so that you can elevate up messages to the Secretary about what is important not only to do new, but to sustain. So towards that end, a question that I would ask our working group to look at in concert with you is, what are the data systems, data gathering, monitoring, surveillance, integrated systems that are promising or are effective, that we need to say we need to sustain that. We need to sustain those investments in the data systems that are currently in place. And I'm wondering if that kind of recommendation, at some point when we do our communications, is useful to you.
So the committee has made the recommendations about data before in the past, and it may be that data is not that sexy, right? But I think that our information systems now work so efficiently that there are opportunities. One, there's still great existing surveillance systems that are faster, stronger. I mean, vital statistics, I think, is a great example. We now have quarterly data on vital statistics so that groups can now plan and anticipate trends. I mean, we got a much earlier view of the increases in preterm birth as a result of, the speed of vital statistics. And there's great promise with hospital information systems. The challenge, I think, is, the finding of a common platform so that some of these systems can speak to each other well as understanding some of the narrative information. Someone talked about qualitative data, getting that kind of information, and then also what are the other data systems in the context of communities that are important. Some of this may not all be national data, right? Local data is very important.
Absolutely.
And so how that can be fostered as well. So the nice thing I think about quality improvement is that in many ways it is much more local, right? People get information, they look at that information, they make a change, they then look at that information again, then they make adjustments, and it's constantly a cycle. And ideally it's done as rapidly as possible. Those things need to be available also at the local level too in terms of information for decisions.
So I'm hearing that there is room for us in this area to be supportive and bold.
Yes, I think so. But again, and I think it was said earlier, it is important for the committee to determine, I like the number 3. What are the 3 key things?
Me too.
What are the 3 key areas potentially to focus on? And I know, again, someone else said that MCH is very broad and very inclusive. But given this time, given 2019, where are the opportunities?
What do you think those are?
So I think that, so again, this is just my opinion based on what's been going on within the committee collectively and over time. I do think that there's a lot of effort and work on preterm birth that, was championed by many of the members of the committee that are here today. Vijaya Hogan and Diane Rawley's work that identified preterm as a major driver of disparities still holds true, and there's a lot of opportunity now to also understand how maternal health drives some of those issues with regard to preterm. Granted, there's still a lot we don't understand, but there's still a lot of important work that's being done, and there is there's work around the prematurity initiative that's also trying to look at health equity. The other, I think, is the postnatal causes of infant death, like SID-SUID, where there is this opportunity to try to prevent these deaths. And granted, it may not be as easy as it sounds, right? The message of putting your baby to sleep on his or her back, but there are issues in terms of safety, safe sleep environments. That's a real opportunity because those babies are dying in communities. They're not dying in a hospital.
Thank you.
So where are we on prematurity as a topic here?
Well, I'm curious, Jeannie, if the prematurity question and preterm birth align in terms of infant outcomes is also aligned in the data presented today with Wanda around maternal mortality and critical maternal morbidity in terms of the drivers of both. And I'm wondering if this is a way for us to make sure that we've done the connection, following up on the presentations this morning from Wanda about adverse maternal outcomes and adverse infant outcomes, and premature being one of those places that there's a nexus for both in terms of when things go wrong.
Yeah, good point.
And then the second question, so I'm trying to figure out how do we use our work around, and again, the data piece to make sure that we are well informed and telling the story to assure the integrated and connected strategies around both maternal mortality and infant mortality. And the driver upstream that has, in terms of whether that's cumulative trauma or immediate circumstances under the rubric of toxic stress and the epigenetics of toxic stress. So what are the data points that help us better understand that are either currently being collected but not fully utilized or are not fully being collected that help us go beyond the clinical systems? For example, housing. I mean, there's just a lot of literature coming in out on housing housing security as a way of creating emotional environmental stability that can be stable housing as an antidote, if you will, or a protective factor against toxic stress. The flip side to that is the sentinel health event of eviction of a pregnant woman and her children in the perinatal period. And so where are the data around eviction and housing courts and costs of eviction in terms of getting her stuff back? And I'm just trying to think about how you would weave the qualitative data as well in the narrative in using this as an example, further anchoring the work. And so I just wanted to suggest that we drill down to some examples that might have proxy power around maternal health outcomes, to weave them with infant health outcomes, that bring in the upstream work, that directly impact it during the delicate time of pregnancy and postnatal period, and for which we can say data would be helpful to inform a different set of solutions or reinforce the ones that really work. Sorry, that's a lot, but I just want to try to bundle it together. And I've overwhelmed you all again.
You did. I think we're examples where it is overwhelming.
So the question is, how do we organize our work to get at some of these issues? We won't come up with the answers, but what do we have to do to organize our how can we organize our work to actually move this conversation along in an effective fashion? Do we need to have a work group? Do we need to reach out to other partners? Right. Do we need to do a survey of sort of existing things one way or another? You know, how do we move along?
Well, to make it, I'll go because this is the way I think, and it may or may not be helpful. I think that as a cross-cutting force about data, I think we can differentiate. We can be helpful by framing what do we mean by data and why. And so I think today in this conversation I've heard the access to data, the quality of the data systems, the effective use of the data, the equity lens in data, and the opportunities to amplify innovation in data. So I think it might be helpful that we figure out in that menu what will be most strategic. So that's one. And the second is I think that it should be data for what and about what. And I absolutely am inspired by the talk that Wanda gave this morning, and I think there's a lot of momentum around the broader issues of the integration of maternal health and infant health, not just maternal health, but to crosswalk them and to ask how can better and more accessible, better used data systems further the work, and I think we have some investigation to learn about that. But I would ask those questions relative to the interface between maternal mortality and infant mortality, and I think that a working group on that to then get to what are the specific questions we really want to have answered by the data, what are the best examples that exist out there, best practices that could be elevated up and amplified, and what's missing in terms of innovation, particularly around qualitative data stories, might be helpful. So that's how I would give it a go, but anchoring it on a specific charge around infant mortality interface with maternal mortality and severe maternal morbidity. One idea.
And related to Jean's comment, I'm wondering about also, I mean, preterm births related, I mean, it's interrelated, but there's some of the similar data which would give us both the maternal and the infant aspects of the data. I love your thing about access and quality and use and how do we, frame that.
I think getting back to what Magda said, that the maternal, for the most part, the maternal health is going to guide preterm outcomes for the large unknown.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to be curious about what you raised, Ed, in addition around stories and narrative and enhancing the both scope and the richness of data that shape narrative and encourage stories. I heard Tiffany talk about that this morning and was struck by that. So I think that that may come about as part of this, kind of, I can imagine sort of walking through a case study around toxic stress or maybe housing or, its manifestation in preterm birth or maternal morbidity and mortality. But whatever we come up with on that aggregate systems piece, I would put a specific plea in for, as Belinda said, the qualitative data, the voices and the stories as essential to inform solutions.
Yeah, I see that as sort of that data amplification. It's a way of using use the data to storytell, which amplifies its power.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And as Wanda knows, I love the number 3. So my third is I'm mindful right now of what's going on in the EPA in another advisory committee. And I'm mindful that there has been doubt about basic science of climate and environmental protections. And I'm aware that there has been reported kind of dilution of the power of data research and science. And so I would want the data working group not only to value and affirm, and the second strategy around stories and voices for the narrative, but to underscore the essential role of evidence in decision making. And it's not opinion. And as it's getting a bit squishy out there, and I think that we would be wise to, even if it was a set of data principles that will guide our work, that the use of evidence, which can be qualitative and quantitative, but the use of evidence and data are non-negotiable, and that is the moral and ethical stance that I think this committee must take, given the current environment in which, you know, we heard about the vitamin K. There's so much disinformation out there. We have a responsibility for the data and science to be told in a way that is heard by consumers, given the competition for disinformation on social media. So there's something in there that I have not heard yet in our discussion so far in the last day and a half that I wanted to raise up, given the cautionary tale of what's happening in other advisory committees.
Good point. I need to step away for a couple minutes, so keep going.
Okay. I would be curious, Colleen or Jeannie, does that last point resonate for either of you? This is not, it's just about keeping practice being evidence-based. And I appreciate people have different ideologies, but I want there to be information, and the data should have some level of integrity and neutrality. So I was just wondering what your thoughts are about that.
I think it's very important, although I would say with the EPA, it's getting very dicey out there. I'm in a couple groups with UC San Francisco trying to keep track of what's going on. But I think that's where we have to come from. I think we speak for science. There are going to be others who interpret everything with emotion and, in fact, legislate or pass laws not based on science and not based on best practices. We have to be the ones who speak for the best practice and be committed to that.
Yeah, I mean,
Colleen, what do you think?
This is Colleen. I guess I'm not really sure reading between the lines what you guys are referring to, but I'm always a strong supporter of the science and looking at evidence, and even if a study concludes something, I think it's always important to look at the interpretations of it and, you know, the writers, like what, I think any data is open interpretation, so that's always, like, there's so much you have to look at when you're evaluating the worth of a study, but I think I mean, that's the best, I guess, approximation humans can get to, like, the data set is somehow interpreting it, but I guess I don't know exactly what you are referring to specifically with the EPA, but
what I'm referring to, just to let you know from an evidence base, is that there's a subcommittee of the EPA that was designed to look at the impact of small particulate matter on subsequent health outcomes. There was a study just published yesterday about the relationship, I think, of adverse perinatal outcomes relative to urban small particulate matter and the exposure of pregnant women to certain toxins. And so, and again, causality versus inference is certainly room for interpretation. But in what happened in the EPA, in my understanding, and I've been following it mostly in the mainstream, and I'm saying across spectrums, mainstream media, is that the EPA small particulate matter working group was disbanded, and it was dissolved. And I just think that by the convening secretariat at the EPA, and we run that risk that we serve at the pleasure of the secretary. I totally appreciate that. We are an appointed body, and we have taken a sworn oath. And part of the sworn oath is, for me, is to bring the integrity of data and science and not render opinion about it, but make sure that the facts are known and presented and therefore can inform the policies that are going to be made and decisions being made by the secretary and others. So I just wanted to, there are times in the past, I've been around this a little bit longer, and there are times when I wouldn't have even had to say this, but there's, when babies are bleeding in their brains because somehow there's disinformation out there about vitamin K, or there's just mandatory vaccination of measles announced in New York City today. It's the consequences of not assuring that the narrative is evidence-based is leading to threats to women and children's well-being. And I just think we need to be supporting the Vaccine Advisory Committee and in that particular instance, or deciding what are ways in which we stand up for the science. And if there's gaps in the science, we own that and say that more research is needed. So we're transparent and humble, but absolutely clear about what the data are and say. That's what I'm talking about. Does that help at all?
Yeah, I don't know how you have time to read the news in the past 2 days. I don't know. Maybe I guess I missed that in the news, but I have not even turned on the television. I didn't even know who won the basketball game last night. So
I know. I'm a data junkie. I read all the time. I'm up. I sleep 4 hours a night, and so and that's part of what I can contribute is continuously doing an environmental monitoring and scan of what's hitting. And I have stuff that hits my mailbox first thing in the morning that I have consolidators of research that I can skim, and so I can bring it in. So.
Right.
You don't need to do
no, I appreciate that. I think my empty space in my head is filled with my children's activities and if I forgot to pick somebody up. But my empty space is filled with that right now. But eventually I'd like to be like you are, a walking encyclopedia. That's a good trick to have. So I used to be like that in high school, but then the child pocket has been filled with mostly useless
well, the bottom line is that's why we're a team. The team is that everybody brings strengths, and so
I'm hoping my brain can go back to that eventually once the kids are out of the house. Hopefully I can regain that ability to do that. But I think what is that called? Uterine steel has stayed with me as they've gotten older. I haven't regained the capacity to balance all this, but no, science is always the answer to everything, but I am also old enough to realize that there's still some wiggle room with data, and there's still, we have a situation where I live right now with an industry that's been spewing radioactivity, and so, of course, there's all this data to support that there's a higher incidence of cancer in the radius around this business, but and they have data to say it's not the case. So, it's shocking that kind of find numbers that fit what you want to say. So I think it's always important to look at the source and look at how the data was interpreted and all that. So I realize that you do that given how well read you are. I'm sure you look at every bullet point and every asterisk. So, but of course the science is really important. And I did that kind of about in New York mandating MMR vaccine. Ironically, that I think we were just talking about that there are solar outbreaks in our NICU, so we all had to have our titers checked, and my niece's titer is low, so I have to get vaccinated. So it's now we all have to make sure that because we're not having that as much of the herd effect, I guess we're not re-upping our measles immunity, so we're going to get vaccinated. So I think it's
right. Thank you.
Yep. All the come out of losing the herd mentality is that we're all probably going to have to get boosters as we get older, which is fine. I'd rather have a booster than have someone get the measles. So anyway, I went off on that tangent.
Right.
But appreciate
well, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Well, I came back online and everybody was talking and laughing. I mean, I guess must have been stifling the conversation by my presence. I love the energy that was in there when I came back.
What I'm hearing, and to pass it back off to you, is that certainly being able to frame and define why we're focusing on data and what are the dimensions of it is one task within the structure of potentially a data translation, data use, data working group. The second is potentially to, and I'm suggesting this, put a set of principles behind it around assuring equity, around scientific integrity, around transparency, a community voice. You may want to put some principles just so we have some operating agreement. And then the third is to truly anchor it in maternal health and potentially around the priority areas that have been suggested by Wanda around preterm birth, prematurity, potentially crosswalk with toxic stress in women and preconditions, and then also data as relates to post-neonatal death that's more happening out in communities. And then particularly I also heard that we should not take on a primary role unless it's absolutely fresh ground, and to truly amplify the work that is out there, and finally to support the ongoing investments in data systems that are there, particularly within the MCH world, so that we're not losing ground. So that's how I sort of inhale and sum up what our conversation's been about so far.
Okay,
more of a framing than a what are the three things, but it gives some operating parameters for a working group to be effective.
All right, and then you can report back on that again in a few minutes after we get all.
I can do that, but that's my frame. It's not necessarily our frame. So I'm going to ask a once around with Colleen and Jeannie and Ed. That's one way to sum up, and Wanda to inform us. Does that sound close? And what are we missing? And what else?
It sounds close to me, but I think all of the other group is back in with us now.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do, Magda, is repeat that, and then if we have some variations or disagreements, we could bring them up at that point along with the other group in terms of the conversation. Because I think what you identified seemed to really resonate with me and what the conversation we were having.
Great. That's great, and maybe the equity group could go first because it should come as a precursor. So let us listen.
All right, we got the equity group back with us. What were you talking about? How are you framing? How are you organizing? How are you figuring out how we should move forward?
Okay, I'm assuming, this is Vijaya, I'm assuming I'm going to be the reporter, but I'm going to rely on the rest of the small group to chime in if I get something wrong or forget something. But we pretty much laid out some specific sort of types of activity that we think we need to work on to be able to ensure that an equity frame is used on all of these issues that were outlined. So number one, we need to work on developing a framing of equity that gains buy-in by all people so that they can see how it impacts the whole population. And there was some sort of sub-suggestions under that, which included define what ties us all together, using data and stories because people don't always respond to data and they may just interpret it based on their values and beliefs. So we have to also be able to touch on their values and beliefs. We also need to distinguish between sort of an epidemiologic population-based point of view from a clinical point of view and perspective because, they're very different points of activity and we see things very differently. and we need to understand those differences and really respond to them. We also talked about narrative as a way to frame the work that we do, and in that vein, we should look at some of the organizations who have worked on this, and Robert Wood Johnson was one that was suggested. I think there's an organization in Washington State maybe that does this work, but we just need to look at all the work that has been done around framing equity and make an assessment of what the best narrative approach might be for us. So that's one. Number two, we need to document the unique exposures that created and that sustain inequities. And this was particularly evident with something like the opioid issue, how that's defined as a health issue as opposed to a criminal justice issue, whereas some other substances that are more used by populations of color are criminalized. And so that it just creates very different pathways. And we need to understand what those unique exposures and pathways are that different populations experience. We need to document them and make sure that everybody in the field understands them. The third one is we need to articulate the distinction between social determinants approaches and health equity approaches, and make sure that people understand that they're not one and the same and how they relate to each other. And that needs to be very clearly articulated. Number four, we need to not forget and emphasize the role that racism, history play in creating equity, and define and translate some sort of action to undo the impacts that those things have had. And part of that discussion was about how some people don't really understand or accept how history can impact the present and the outcomes that we see in the present. And so we may need to find examples that affect other populations who are not populations of color, where historical things have impact on present health outcomes or economic outcomes or whatever, just to create a frame where people can relate and begin to understand the concept. 5, we said we need to identify operational and science-based models of how people are approaching an equity frame, and compile them and also examine them, and maybe come to a consensus about what works best in the realm of maternal and child health and what makes the most sense in terms of the science and the practicability and potential impact. But part of that discussion had to do with the fact that there are no agreed upon models for how to approach equity, and no roadmaps. And there are some out there that are published, but nobody has ever sat down and looked at all of them and compared them and put it against the science to determine what's missing, what's good, what's working, what's not working, what would work for us, etc. So we just need a more systematic approach to looking at current equity implementation models, not causality models, but implementation models. In terms of partners, we mentioned 2 people, Fleta Mass-Jackson and Brian Smedley. Brian, because he just completed or recently completed an analysis of equity approaches in public health and Indian health settings, and he published a massive report about that. And so we thought it might be useful to have him come and give a summary of what his findings were. And FLEDA has done a lot of work on racism and its impact on maternal and child health outcomes. And so we thought she would be a good partner to bring in to talk about that work. Someone also suggested Joya Creer-Perry from Black Mothers Matter. And there was a suggestion that we have some sort of a, not some sort of a panel, but a panel of people in a potentially open meeting who can discuss some of these issues around equity or some of the key issues around equity that will help us move forward to developing that consensus in the field. And it could be a webinar meeting, it could be an in-person meeting. We preferred an in-person meeting, but if it was something that was open and on the web and widely participated in, we think it could have a lot of impact. The one panel that was suggested was Art James, Don Warren, and Paula Braverman, because they had done something for March of Dimes a while back that was really powerful and useful. But that, you know, it's just having that open forum with some key people. If we don't have money, having a webinar might be the next best thing, but we need to have a discussion of people who have done work in this field to really sort through some of the processes that we need to use. The other thing is, Paul mentioned that March of Dimes had a webinar with those three, and we thought it might be useful for us to compile all of the webinars that we know about, not just from March of Dimes, but from other organizations that relate to equity that might inform us, and we can create a resource list that would be helpful to us, but also that we could share with the field at large. And that's all I had. So other group members, did I leave anything out or get anything wrong?
I think you got everything, Vijaya. Great job.
That's why you're in charge.
I was voluntold, everybody.
And then you see why.
Any comments from the other group related to the equity report?
Well done.
It was very comprehensive. I like that. All right, for the data group. Magda, why don't you repeat what you said a little bit earlier, and then we'll chime in with the other members of the group if they have some alternative perspectives.
Well, summing up, and again, a lot of cross-cutters, a lot of some lovely overlap with the recommendations from the equity group. So thanks to Jeannie and Colleen, Ed, and Wanda for a robust conversation. And so we talked about 4 different dimensions of trying to get our hands around the data piece. And I'll lead it into, so what can we do? The first is that it may behoove us, not just for the data piece, but for the equity as well, is that as with other SACIM iterations, to agree and define a set of principles by which we will do this work to utilize data strategically for making a measurable and intended difference. So those principles may include an affirmation around equity, that the data are not collected for data alone but are responsive to questions, that we value the stories and qualitative data and community voice as an essential part of our data strategy, that science is non-negotiable, and that we are here to uphold the integrity of what is known and and to be humble about what is not fully known, but that we're not in a group that forwards opinions, but we're here to bring some modicum of guarantee that this is being science-driven, data-driven work in an era when that's up for grabs culturally around us. and that we, in doing this work, we model transparency, we push for timeliness, and we hold ourselves accountable in the way we do the work. So some principles that are not specific only to data, but it would drive the work as we have a way of modeling and living and holding ourselves accountable how we do the work. We talked about the different dimensions that we might want to unpack this data thing, and to talk about it as data quality, data access, effective data use, data capacity, the equity lens, and innovation in data. So we think that we want to be mindful that it's not about numbers and not about graphs. So how we actually frame what the data work is that will be cross-cutting, we wanted to bring multiple dimensions to that so that we're looking at this in a systems way. The third is to anchor the initial work around data to the furthering the work about integrating and aligning the work for maternal health and preventing maternal mortality and addressing infant mortality. And so ground this particularly around what is most pressing, whether that has to do with prematurity or preterm birth or toxic stress, and anchor it with a very specific set of cross-sector data. So if housing security is evidence-based in terms of creating or ameliorating stress of women in pregnancy, then what is the housing security data and where would we look for that? So to be driven by specific equity questions around upstream factors, and then request and find the ways to integrate specific data versus everything for everyone. And then last, if we have basic principles, we've framed it across the different dimensions of data, we've anchored it around maternal health, to be very clear as we do this data work, are we doing anything that we're in the lead of? Are we trying to come up with some new indicators or integrated systems, or are we mostly trying to amplify some of the very creative work that's happening in hospital systems and in communities and in regions to translate data into action to get results? Or is it that we want some new data that will just educate and inform us? And we assume that we're not going to have much of a primary role, but we are going to figure out strategically how to amplify what's already happening out. And that leads to the question then of partners. So how do we augment and amplify some of the extraordinary innovation in some states and communities? How do we work at the Urban Institute that's working on data you can use and other data hubs in communities for transformation? How do we weave together the public and private partner sectors where the data may be? And specifically, we want to make sure we tap into some of the emerging leaders in the field of data and MCH, as well as the wise ones who've been helping us all along, like Bill Sapperfield and Milt Kudaszek, who would, and qualitatively Fleta as well, to be able to come back and get involved, and we can tap their cumulative talent and time and treasure. So principles, framing, anchoring, strategic levels, and partnerships. And we think there could be a very good use for a short-term data activation working group, the power of data, to inform our work. And we, and not necessarily this group alone, but that would be configured with a way to show some results by the fall. How'd I do? What'd I miss?
Nothing. Fabulous. You have this uncanny ability to take everything and synthesize it in no time at all. That was great.
I concur. From the equity group, anything that you'd like to ask of the data group?
Thank you, Martha. That was a great summary. I really liked the number 3 one. I just want to raise that up. And that was the one where you talked about anchoring the data work with cross-sector data. Because I think that's a way to begin to forge some of these cross-sector collaborations that we need to have. And it's a way to anchor their work in outcomes that might exist outside of their field. So they can see how what they're doing might impact on, say, infant mortality or preterm birth. And that's, that's where we gain traction.
Oh, I really appreciate that. I think I'm highly influenced by my continued work in Milwaukee and the work of Matthew Desmond around eviction, and Cleveland and other communities, and Best Baby's own work that's out, among much other. And so I've come to see the housing security or food security, the notion of the securities that women need before, during, after, and beyond. And whether that's anchored during the perinatal period or whether that's anchored in a preconception time or in the fourth trimester as a specific. But I just think we need a case study to practice how we bring the equity and the data forces together, anchored around a hot issue. And I think your point about criminal justice and the incarceration or penalization of substance abusing women, and as opposed to the support systems for addiction as a mental illness with brain science. These are three sectors: housing and criminal justice, and potentially food, because of the interest in nutrition that was raised earlier, that we could think about 2 or 3, no more, systems that crosswalk and then really drill down on how the data can help us through the lens of equity. Sorry to go on longer.
Can I raise one other potential issue? And this is just a brainstorm, and I haven't thought it out totally completely, but one of the challenges that I think we have in public health is our undying reliance on the evidence base, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying it as a bad thing, but what we count as evidence is where I think we diverge in a lot of different directions. And, it's very valuable what we count as evidence. And so I wonder if one of the things you can add to the data group is some discussion about, outside of a clinical trial, what are some of the other types of evidence, and how can they be used, and at what level, and how are they used? And it also feeds into the notion of developing an evidence base and the types of science that we use to develop evidence, and implementation science, which is a different process. And what is some of the data that we need to look at some of those process issues about how we implement the evidence that we have to have impact on communities? Because we can have the best evidence, but if we're not implementing it right, it's still not going to work, and we're not going to see those outcomes. So we really need both sides of the equation.
This is Jeannie. Can I answer some of that? Because we're working with that in our Women's Preventive Services Initiative, which is evidence-based, or I would say evidence-informed. So in some cases, there are very good studies and great research on how to screen or what to do. In other areas, there are big gaps. And on that, we rely on what we call evidence-informed, meaning getting clinicians together, looking at what is there, what the holes are, and how we would provide guidance for a physician. So I would say for our group, we're not going to have the expertise amongst us to make those decisions. We will have the guidance from the colleges, American Academy of Pediatrics, American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, SMFM. So those groups pull together the physicians, the scientists, and evaluate research and make recommendations. So it would be us saying, look to them for what they've already done. And you're right, implementation science is a whole other area I think that everybody struggles with.
Jeannie, I would add to that briefly that that another dimension about that, who determines what's science and what's evidence, has historically also had implicit bias that has discounted the anecdotal or qualitative and stories of the lived experience. I think Belinda and Vijaya and many others have brought this up. So the other thing we did have some conversation with it in our small group was about how is the data group the place to not only reinforce the value add of voices and stories, but there may be an additional work about using the data to shape the narrative. So that's I think that it's a very sensitive and strategic question, particularly at the local level, about you know, what's significant and what is not.
And I would say that the data don't, it's the emotions and the stories that people will always remember. It's how we frame the story, the information,
right,
that will help people. It's our heart that makes a difference.
Right, which is why to separate out the story piece from the data piece, I think, is we would do with peril. I think they have to be linked together, which is why I wouldn't call it sort of the data thing. I might even frame our language about what this working group is about so that it's a way of blending and then translating the data into stories that can be heard.
Did the two groups hear anything that overlaps? I mean, I certainly heard a bunch of things that came out in both of the groups. You know, I heard about science and the need for science, stories, principles, framing, evidence, you know, evidence-based, evidence-informed, objective, subjective, narrative, you know, a bunch of things came out. Other things that were common to the two groups.
I think you hit on them all.
I think there were two other things that I heard in common. Maybe it's just my lack of hearing, given the deaf lady on the phone. The one has to do with sort of a sense of strategic timing. I mean, there was a sense we need the data now. And so the question of how quickly we move, what is and how do we use this work for equity and being data informed to continue to light fire and a sense of urgency and sustained momentum. So I didn't hear that directly, but I was listening and heard that we don't want to get bogged down. We do want to invite more, you know, and do this strategically. And the second, so one was an issue of timing and urgency, and the second cross-cutting that I heard inferred in the tone of the conversation was, we cannot do this alone, and we must engage others, strategic partners and investors, both you know, in relying on data, but also in shaping it up front. And some names were put forth, but I just think the bottom line is that this is not our work to do alone. Those would be two themes that I heard as kind of undercurrents, but not sure if others heard that as well.
Good additions to those commonalities.
And I had a question for you and Michael and David. Does this advisory group have any staff that could do any research for us or compiling of research?
David raised his hand.
So the staffing is me, David, and then Michelle Lowe, who also does some of our administrative stuff. But, you know, following on to some of your comments earlier or yesterday about getting an intern or a student or somebody who would have more time to do that, I think that would be outstanding. But I'm happy to do whatever I can, but I have limited bandwidth.
Right.
that was one of the reasons I said we have to be really strategic on what we plan, because the work is going to fall on the committee, and I know all of you are busy doing other things, and this is basically volunteer time, important volunteer time, but that's why we need to be strategic.
Michael? I think David was being really careful with his comments. He has a full day job, and this is essentially on top of that. So I want to be mindful. I did have a conversation with Dr. Ellinger yesterday morning, and thinking with other leadership in the Bureau about where opportunities are, if not for an intern, around some other ways that we can bring in some help. And I think it brings to light the fact we have to think about where we can leverage various resources. And so if there are particular tasks that come up that we are able to share among the committee, for example, until a time where we've got more in-house assistance, we can certainly think about that.
Can I raise a suggestion? I'm not sure if this would work in a government setting, but I know in most schools of public health, their students are required to do a practicum at the master's level. And I wonder to what extent could we make use of that to get some more help with the subcommittee.
Vijay, let me add on to that I think it would behoove us as well to not only reach out through the MCHB-funded training programs or align with perhaps the MCH EPI assignee program, or there are others out there. I also think it'd be helpful for us to think about on some campuses, and this may not be immediate, and I'd be glad to help through the Association of Schools of Public Health as one of my constituents. I would think that being able to reach out beyond the public health school, especially if we want cross-sector, to think about whether or not this also could be a potential internship opportunity that could be funded by urban planning, by economics, by some of the clinical training programs. So I just think we should be thinking beyond the usual suspects as well in students, because we're growing a new generation that will see infant mortality as not a health thing alone that doesn't have to deal with them, that they may bring skills around organizing this process and staffing it well. Just a thought.
GW and Georgetown both have health policy programs. This would be right up that alley.
Great thought. Thank you.
Because there's a lot of work needs to be done, and so we'll have to be creative about how we get that work done and the help we can get. So question is, where do we go from here? How do we do it? I'm wondering if, Vijaya, you were the spokesperson for the group, and Magda, you were for the equity group, and Magda, you were the spokesperson in this reporting back. I'm wondering if you would be willing to have a call with me and maybe Michael and David, sometime down the road, to talk in a little bit more detail about how we might be able to use what you heard in the equity conversation and what we heard in the data conversation, and try to frame more specifically how we might want to move forward as a committee. And I'm hoping that, there's a lot of stuff that we covered over the last couple of days, and it's really hard for me to put it all together into a real coherent form, sort of on the spot. I'm also wondering how long it'll take before minutes come out, because the last time the minutes took a long time to come out, and I'd like to be able to review some of the conversations before we, get back together. If we have a real mini group that talks about it. So I'm wondering if Magda and Vijaya, I'm putting you on the spot, would be willing to be on a call to sort of talk through how do we find the kind of commonalities, how we frame this for the whole committee to move forward before we, assign a work group or task groups, which I think would be ill-formed right now, given at least my thinking and of how to best put those together. But would you be willing to do that?
I'd be more than happy to do that, but with the proviso that what we define as a group gets vetted again by the full group, and it's not, the the final approach.
Yeah, I mean, it would try to put some more meat on these bones and try to flesh it out a little bit more so that people can respond to it. And say, this makes sense. This is understandable.
Okay. Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm with you. I don't want to frame something to move forward without really the buy-in of the committee, because we're all going to have to do the work collectively. So we need the buy-in from everybody. It can't fall on just one or two people to do this. So I want to make sure we get buy-in.
Absolutely.
Be delighted.
Okay. So I will work with David to see how long it's going to take to get the minutes out, and I'd love to be able to review those and then set up a call where we would try to talk. And in the meantime, I will try to put together as much of this as I have with my notes and thinking about it and trying to frame it in a way that can move the small conversation into a larger conversation. And certainly
Ed,
yep.
I think that Vijaya, you were so articulate in your points. I'm curious whether or not, and I sort of have no one could read my scribbles. If you were to give us a little bit of breathing room, I bet we could also just do a write-up of what we just, so that you don't have to rely on your notes to what we said, but we can actually put it out there. And given that everybody's heard it, not changing it, but just put down on paper what we reported.
Yeah, I think that's helpful, but it sounds like you also wanted to include some of the discussion from the earlier part of the meeting as well. Is that correct, Ed?
Yes. Yeah, I think that we had rich conversation right from the beginning all the way to the end, and I don't want to leave any of that out.
Agreed. Yeah, I was just saying this last part, it felt pretty specific, and so I'll put my notes away, or I can, take a half hour and write them up and send them to you. And I just didn't know what you'd like us to do.
Yep. And others, as you're thinking about, this meeting, I'm going to hear in a couple minutes, I'm just going to kind of go through an evaluation of what you got out of this. But if you're like me, you come back and you go home, or you probably are at home. When I go home, I'll be thinking about, I hadn't, something, a light bulb will go on, or I'll put something together that I hadn't thought about before. And so I'd love some way you get feedback to me of any thoughts that you had from the meeting, any ideas you have, any suggestions you have that I can put together and put together with, Magda and Vijaya when we get together. And if anybody else wants to join that call, that's fine. I'm not excluding anybody, but if anybody else would like to be on that call as we talk about those things, would love to have you join us. So just let me know.
Right. And an idea, Ed, is to think about inviting Paul Wise to at least sit in on that group, because it'll be a way to catch him up, and I don't want to miss out on his having missed day 2.
Yep.
And he was very, very intentional about structure. So just a thought about specifically trying to make sure he's caught up.
Yep. Yeah, I plan on giving him a call and talking to him about what happened today. So that's good point. All right. Are there any other next steps that you see that we should take in this near term?
Do you have speakers lined up for the next meeting? Because I'm wondering if we could try to get Brian Smedley and potentially Fleta to do a presentation.
The only thing that I have on in my mind on the agenda for the next meeting is to get somebody from March of Dimes to talk about the PREMIE Act, because that was sort of our responsibility. And in the meantime, I'm going to be working with David and Michael to try to get out the questions to the other agencies about what they're doing, get a report back from them, and then have the March of Dimes, who was pushing this in the first place, to come and talk to us about the PREMIE Act and sort of do our responsibility for what goes on with that. But that's the only thing at this point in time that I have.
Right. May I suggest that that if we want the current ex officios or the external partners, because we had, our constituent, but AMCHIP or NICHQ or City Match, or I'm just wondering, to the degree that just from you, Ed, a very short communication to whatever is a list of external key partners, organizations, and ex officios with a copy to us, just saying we met, and this is the focus of it. Even though this was in the Federal Register and the agenda was sent out, here were the objectives, and here's the 3 things we're going to do, and stay tuned. I'm just wondering how we can augment and amplify communications to our potential future partners as a way of showing that we're going to be more proactive and transparent and more communicative perhaps in the past, so that they can pay attention when the real stuff comes.
Yep. Yeah, well, that's what I'm hoping as we get a little more clarity. Like if I wrote the meeting to them right now, it would be sort of jumbled. So I think we need to let the snow globe settle down a little bit till we get the form of what actually occurred during these 2 days, and then get information out to them. I think that's really appropriate and important. Any other things we need to do?
Towards that, I got one more. Sorry, this will be my last, and that is, I think it's helpful in the interim to know what is our SACO coming out of this meeting. I mean, do we have a message that each of us walks away from in a sort of a communication strategy? If someone says to Janelle from the Nurse Midwifery or the American Indian Community, so what happened? Is there something we'd like to agree that's a common message we want to reinforce in the interim? Just could be one sentence, but I'm trying to think about good public health communication strategy that we can take away. Otherwise, we all may tell a different story, and that may not be helpful.
The message that, so this is my personal takeaway from it, is that we had a consensus that we need to focus on equity in all of the activities that occur related to mothers and infants and families and communities, and that we will be looking at how we can actually implement actions that can advance equity in those communities through all of the services, through all of the policies, with all of the data. That's going to be what we're going to be focusing on, and we're going to be finding ways to implement that going from theory to practice. That's my takeaway.
I think the other one may be something about how maternal health is related to infant mortality and therefore should be addressed as a life course, 2-gen, or related issue.
Yep. Yeah, and as that equity focus, that the maternal, there are maternal outcomes that are disparate, really are affected not only by clinical activities, but also by the social environment in which people live. So that's why we need to focus on the broader picture. That's part of the narrative piece. Any other takeaways from, in terms of Magda's question about what do we, 2-second or 15-second pitch about what we covered? Any other way to frame it?
I think the other big takeaway had to do with narrative and how we frame and communicate some of these issues to very different populations than, the converted that we're used to talking to.
I have one more, and that is that a highly committed and engaged core set of members have taken this time to organize and structure the work to get stuff done. That it was as much an internal look, and so we're committed to doing our work strategically and effectively. efficiently, and to be concrete and specific about recommendations that will be forthcoming. And you may want to say something else about membership, that we're also exploring how to renew the charter and expand our membership, building on the strengths that we have. Now, that's more than, 27 words, 3 bullet points. But I do think that the 4 points about equity and topical anchoring on maternal health and infant health, and a committed set of people who will be expanding and that we will be moving for action are ways that we could, take it away. So it's both process and content.
That was 37 words.
And it's a Magda-ism, working on it.
Yeah, very good. All right. We've got 15 minutes left. I don't know if we need to take 15 minutes, but I would like to just go around the group and give sort of your takeaway from the day, which, your observations, your takeaway, your thoughts, your feelings about today. And we'll kind of start in the middle and work out as opposed to starting front of the alphabet or the back of the alphabet. So Paul Jarris, takeaways from today, thoughts, feelings, perspectives.
Well, I think we're off to a good start. I think it's, the time we're putting into planning on where we're going is going to pay off. I'm honored to be part of this group, and I guess also part of me just revisiting how hard this is, how many layers there are to this, and how fundamental the changes have to be to really have the outcomes we want. I don't mean to be discouraging or to be discouraged, but just it's tough work.
It's tough. All right, Colleen, how about you?
Yeah, I think my takeaway is just realizing how many federal partners we have in this that are actively working towards similar, if not the same goals that we have. So I think right now we're kind of all feeling like we're a small group that's kind of expected to change the course of the country when, to be honest, I think it's all the people that are already actively engaged in all this work, especially like Dr. Barbfield's presentation I thought was really enlightening, and all the different federal groups that are already hard at work at this. Obviously we can give direction and kind of steer the course a little bit, but I think, we have a lot of great ideas, and people have clear vision as what they want to accomplish. I think that's going to be the key to everything, is having more concrete goals for our group that we can actually focus our efforts on and try to accomplish. But I mean, not to get too disheartened, because I think there's a lot of really talented people already hard at work at trying to correct a lot of these problems that we're all realizing that the country's facing.
Great, thank you. Vijaya.
So this past weekend, I was at a memorial service for a friend and colleague, William Jenkins, who was a giant.
Oh.
And his legacy is broad and vast, but the main thing is he focused on building structures that are new structures and that really support the goals that we're trying to achieve. And it feels like right now we're in that messy beginning. So, the dust and the dirt and the mud is flying all over the place, and it just feels uncomfortable. But it's also fun, because that eventually it's going to turn into a beautiful structure. And I hope we all are able to maintain the intentionality for that end goal, and make it through the dust and the dirt.
Good. Janelle.
All right, so I am taking away that there are a number of long-term issues and activities that we get a chance to help shape today, and that it's difficult in trying to identify the short-term goals that feel like wins for us because there is such an array to choose from. So the difficulty will be trying to choose the ones that will be possibly most effective or the easier to reach while trying to improve infant mortality.
Great. Magda.
I appreciated that Michael Warren noted that we do not have necessarily religious perspective at the table. So in that spirit, I wanted to bring one of my favorite quotes from the Talmud that says that it says, do not be daunted by the enormity of the world's grief. And do justly now, love mercy now, walk humbly now. And here's the part. It says, you are not obligated to complete the work, but neither are you free to abandon it. And so this is enormous work. Infant mortality is the bellwether of all community well-being. And so I'm undaunted because we're taking the time to get ready to do this work strategically, intentionally, thoughtfully, passionately together. And we are not going to complete it. And what we can do better than most is not try to fix it, but to create the conditions in which solutions will manifest. So I come away as a strategic pragmatist with persistent optimism. That's what Bill Fahey taught me, and it's what I'm prepared to continue to show up and bring, because if we can't do this, then who can? So it's up to us and others to persist. And so I come away energized and confident and humble. Thanks.
Jean. Jean, are you there? Pretty late at night there in Paris. I don't hear it. Belinda.
So I take away from this that this is not easy work, but it's necessary work. I think we've all devoted parts of our lives to this, if not all of it. And I think it's critical. You know, some people say you follow the money. I think we're following the data, and the data tells us we need to focus on equity. So I think moving forward, if we can come up with the best way to frame this issue, I think we have great opportunity here to continue to do some really good work that's going to help our country.
And try once more with Jean. Yeah, I don't hear him. Well, my takeaway is that I just spent 2 days with some incredibly thoughtful, talented, committed, and passionate people. Really good partners in doing some really tough work, some really important work, some work that needs to be done quickly, but with great thought, with great sensitivity, with great humility, and that we need to build the power to make change in our society by having more partners who we know are out there who share the perspective of making life better for everybody in our society. And so I'm very optimistic. I'm appreciative of the work that everybody has done and the work that you are going to do and the commitment to this. And so I'm just honored to be part of the group. So William Fulbright was born on this day in 1905. He said, "We must dare to think unthinkable thoughts." And I think we are trying to break down boundaries. We're trying to think of the things that aren't unthinkable but haven't been thought about before, or haven't been thought about in the context of equity and in the context of making life better for everybody. So that's what our challenge is. That's what I hope we will continue to work on. And we'll try to change the conditions in our society so that everybody has the opportunity to be healthy and thrive. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to David to close out the meeting, and we'll follow up after this.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Eblinger. Just a quick thank you also to you all on the phone for your incredible hard work. I know these webinar-based meetings are never fun, but your active participation and your engagement really did make it a much more effective and successful meeting. I also want to thank Morgan, who is our logistics contractor, for all the work that she did behind the scenes. These meetings go on and are successful because of all the things that you don't see. So thank you, Morgan. And our commitment to you is to make sure that we keep the momentum going. I will work with Dr. Warren and others here at HRSA to make sure that we provide you with whatever assistance we can to help you succeed. I think this work is just too important not to keep moving forward. So with that, I will adjourn the meeting, and I look forward to talking to you all soon. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.